the first few days were a little challenging, but then after that.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 2 of the NFL draft, a big day for the Seattle Seahawks. They will be moving and shaking throughout the second and third round. 4 total picks, 50 and 52. In the second round, of course, 82 and 92. You'd think I'd have those memorized by now, right? In the third round, will they stay at 50? Can John Schneider sit aside and live with himself and watch all those good players come off the board between 33 and 50 or 49 after he himself last night caught himself in the post-draft press conference when it sounded like he was about to say, there are some guys left on the board that we have first-round grades on. Are any of them worth trading up? Can they find worthy trade partners? What are the positions they're going to address? Buckle up. Today's going to be fun. This is Seahawks Forever. Let's go.
Welcome to the Seahawks Forever podcast. In-depth analysis on everything Seahawks. And now, here's your host, Dan Viens.
All right, you guys, welcome in. Sorry for being a little bit late. Was scrambling around today, getting some errands done, and pushed it a little too far. Let me just message one of my guests, let them know we're good to go. Bunch of special guests appearing today. Hold on. Bill Alvstad, Keith Myers will be joining us today throughout the day. Bill's going to be on first, and we'll get his thoughts on the Grey Zabel pick yesterday. Bill and Keith, of course, from the Seahawks Playbook podcast. Keith will be joining us at about 5 o'clock Pacific time, which should be in time to get in before that 50th pick. A couple other surprise guests have the link. They have been invited. They're going to try to join us today as well. And if they all do, it's a star-studded lineup. You guys are going to be excited. Here's how things are going today. And I want to let you guys know this right up front. Whereas last night we were following the TV copy. And so we were committed to not tipping any of the picks, waiting until they were announced on TV so that you could follow along. I have no idea what's going on tonight, but I cannot watch the live feed on either NFL Network or ESPN. They are wanting me to authenticate with my cable provider. I am a paid subscriber to the highest level on NFL Network, the NFL Plus Pro package where I get all 22 film, all that stuff. I'm supposed to have access to everything. I don't know what's going on. I'm pissed off. So I'm not going to be able to follow along on the video feed. And so I'm going to use the ESPN Draft Tracker, which I prefer actually. I prefer NFL Network's on-air presentation. I haven't watched ESPN's coverage of the draft in over a decade, but I prefer ESPN's tracker, and they are going to be real time. They're going to be ahead of the TV broadcast. And so I just want to let you guys know that right now. I'm going to follow along. As soon as I get the information on who the pick is, you're going to hear this. We'll announce the pick, and then we'll talk about the pick. And I think the most interesting thing today, as we get through this early part of the second round, is how aggressive is John Schneider going to be potentially trading up in this draft. It's something that he has never done in the first round, but he has certainly done it in the second round, and he has been pretty successful at doing it. Chris Clough tweeted this out earlier today, just kind of wrapping this up. Actually, I'm sorry. It's Brady Henderson, who does such a wonderful job for ESPN covering the Seahawks. He says, by my count, Schneider has traded up 5 times on day 2. The players he's gotten with those trades in chronological order: Tyler Lockett, Jarran Reed, DK Metcalf, Cody Barton, Darrell Taylor. Not too bad. That Cody Barton kind of got ran out of town, wasn't the most popular player. He's kind of polarizing, questionable. production, but is still playing in the league. Started last year for the Denver Broncos, had one of his best games of his career on Monday Night Football. I think he was player of the week that week. And Darrell Taylor, I mean, he's had his moments. He certainly provided some value to the Seahawks during his 4 years before he was traded to Chicago. So as much as John Schneider's history of trading down hasn't always resulted in impact players, certainly not a lot of blue chip type players, trading up in particular in the second round, he's been very, very successful at. And so when you start to look at best available, there's a lot of players that we've been talking about on this show for a very long time that fit what the Seahawks do, that fit need, that fit scheme, that fit the Seahawk personality and the intangibles that they look for in their players. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to, so we're going to mix and match here a little bit. Hang on one second. I had this up a little earlier today. Here we go. I'm going to mix and match. There's some things I prefer ESPN for. There's other things I prefer NFL Network for. And I like to go by Daniel Jeremiah's best players available. So actually, let me just share that screen. There should not be any copyright issues in doing that, as long as I'm not sharing audio, which, hey, I can't get the feed. So that's not going to happen, right? So here's his best available at this moment. Nick Emmenary, the safety out of South Carolina. I know you guys know who he is. A lot of you have been pounding the table for him for months. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. Now look at those ranks. Emmenary is Jeremiah's 15th ranked player. Will Johnson, his 16th ranked player. And before I continue with this, let's welcome in Bill Alvstad from the Seahawks Playbook Podcast. Bill, how you doing, my friend?
Dan, nice to be here. Thanks for having me. Really looking forward to this conversation because this is the fun part of the draft for me. Day two, right? Round 2, 3, got all these picks. Could be moving around. Pretty exciting
Moves
stuff.
a little quicker, right? We get through it faster. Just to catch you up, I just let everybody know I, for whatever reason, today I cannot get the NFL Network feed of the live broadcast, even though I subscribe to NFL Plus and NFL Pro. So I'm going by the draft tracker. So we're going to go by that timing, which is going to be a little ahead of the TV copy. And so it's going to tip the picks for some people, but I just want to be transparent about that and let people know. But as the picks are announced, I'll announce them here and then we can talk about them. First, though, before we get into today, your thoughts on the selection of Grey Zabel at 18. Did you ever think they would really do it?
It's so funny. We've been through this a lot, Dan. I mean, over the years, seen a lot of scenarios play out. You know, has there ever been a more obvious sort of choice that they should make? I'm not so sure. And it's a near perfect fit for the scheme, Clint Kubiak's offense. The character of the player is undisputable. The level of competition is really kind of the only thing, but he came into the Senior Bowl and knocked it out of the park. Player of the week coming out of that deal. You saw it firsthand. And it's hard to believe that they did the right thing. It's like you want them to do the thing, the player's available, but you're just not sure. There's like a lot of different options. I mean, they could have gone defensive tackle, defensive end, edge rusher, wide receiver. I think the draft fell in such a way that kind of prompted them to kind of go ahead and make that pick as well, with a couple other guards coming off the board. And I think it just worked out. I think, when it's all said and done, 3, 4, 5 years from now, it'll be, I know they tried to trade out of that spot a little bit, but I think they'll be thankful that they stuck and pick, and this was the selection, because I think it's going to be a great pick. I just saw from Steve Hutchinson on KJR with Softy that he is in fact going to slot in at left guard there. So nice. The competition's on.
Who better to learn from than one of the best left guards of all time, right? And it's cool that
he really kind of came in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say
he kind of came in this process, and he really advocated for this player, and went to the Senior Bowl, met with him, had the interview process with him, and came away thinking, man, this is a guy that could definitely be the pick. And he went to bat for him all the way to the very end there, and kind of holding his breath right to the very end at 18, hoping that they would select him, and they did.
And how about what happened after the pick, right? There's the player. We all like the player. We like the athletic profile. We like the production, the 36 straight starts, the All-American selection, the fact he can play all 5 spots, the pass protection acumen, the ability to fit in the wide zone. We love all the things about the player, but then the dude, right? And the things that we learned
Right.
about him in the interviews afterwards with local media, and he's been kind of doing the rounds today, and the team will be introducing him. I don't know if they've done that yet. But I think he flew into Seattle today, I believe. Just, I think one of the things lacking on that offensive line, in addition to some production and continuity, certainly, and performance, is very vanilla group of guys. Not a lot of personality. None of those dirt bags that the really good offensive lines, Detroit Lions, Cleveland Browns a couple of years ago, Philadelphia Eagles, certainly. They just have that kind of blue collar throwback, nasty mauler mentality that we don't really have on the roster right now. We got a bunch of nice guys that we think have some talent and some upside, but they're all kind of quiet. Needed a guy like this, didn't we?
Well, sure. I mean, Abe Lucas would probably have a little something to say about that overall, but
he just hasn't been able
to. You're right. You got to be on the field. You got to be able to do it all the time. You got to be available. Yeah, absolutely. This guy's that. He's a heavy hands guy. He shows it on the field. He's a leader, according to his own players. There is his quarterback there. I called him one of the best players that he's been around in his entire career. And I'm really excited. I mean, talk about a scheme fit as well, which we really haven't gotten into yet. But this guy's a mover, can really get to the second level, can maul in the run game, but also equally adept at protecting the quarterback. And I think that, you stack Cross over there on the left, and you have Zabel right there at left guard. That's a really nice tandem over there. And hopefully it works out at center with Oluwatimi, depending on what they do in the draft here. And probably today, we'll find out. But this line is really kind of shaping into being something. And I know how they feel about Haynes. I don't know that he got the fair shake last year. Clearly an upgrade on the coaching staff this year is going to give him the best opportunity to be successful as well. So I'm pretty excited about the offensive line, even if we didn't make another move in this draft.
The one negative that, that you hear from some analysts about Zabel, a potential negative, other than some fans seem to be concerned about the small school aspect, and I get that. But there's a pretty good track record of guys coming out of that particular school and having some success in the league. But it's that he tends to, at times, will get pushed back in pass protection by power. And I'll show a couple clips here from Senior Bowl one-on-ones. You see it, but here's the thing. If he gets his arms locked on you, which you'll see him against Wyatt Black out of Iowa here in a minute, and he's 340 pounds and as powerful as they come, once he gets his arms extended, you're done. But even here, you see Ty Robinson, who may be in play for the Seahawks at some point today, kind of pushing him back a little bit, but he doesn't lose him. He doesn't let him go. He doesn't lose the rep. If you get pushed back a little bit on a guy, but you don't lose him, and he doesn't move the quarterback off his spot, I don't think that's a loss of a rep. Plus, he's a guy that, everything you hear about him is he's as hard a worker as you could ever imagine. He's going to get stronger. We hear this a lot. We hear it from former NFL offensive linemen. I saw a podcast recently, and I can't remember now who it was, but a couple of dudes that played 10, 12 years in the league. And they say, look, we're not physically mature until we're 25, 26 years old. And I think that's why you see sometimes the slower development curve for interior offensive linemen. Sometimes you see a slower development curve for these highly drafted defensive tackles. It takes until their second or third year sometimes to hit. Keep that in mind, you guys out there with Byron Murphy. He was 21 years old when he was drafted last year. So if you think they're not hitting like you think that they should their first year, they're not fully developed yet. I see only more as we move forward with Grey Zabel, who just turned 23 years old a couple of days ago.
The core strength issue is definitely there. You can see it on tape. Now, going to the Senior Bowl and going against the competition there, with the level of player that was there compared to his own conference was a good showing. And he went up against a lot of different players and challenged him. And according to most reports, he left the Senior Bowl and did not lose a single rep. And if he did, a couple of them were a draw. Now, you mentioned getting back on his heels and so forth. You can see that on the tape. That is a bit concerning to me, but I think we see that in a lot of different prospects. His recovery is amazing. His ability to reset with his quick feet is really, I think, the most important aspect that you're going to look for in a prospect that does kind of give up a little bit of ground early in a rep. The recovery there is there, and you're right. He's going to come in and get into that strength and conditioning program. I think he's good enough first year to just win on talent, and he's going to lose some reps, and he's not going to be perfect. And there's going to be a couple of times where you're going to wonder if he's the guy. But I think overall, the trajectory is going to be upwards, and he's only going to get better from that first snap he takes in the NFL.
Hold on. We are rocking and rolling. We have missed 2 picks. Carson Schwessinger and Jaden Higgins, sadly, a guy that we all liked, have come off the board. Yeah. The Seattle Seahawks have traded up to the 3rd pick in the 2nd round. We didn't even get a chance to talk about the possibility of doing that, although I touched on it in the intro.
Isn't that crazy?
I did not think, and the pick is in, I did not think there is any way that John Schneider was going to be able to sit there from pick 33 to pick 49 and watch all those players go by. Who do you think this pick is?
My gosh, we haven't even talked about players yet.
No.
If Jaden Higgins hadn't gone off the board, I would have put my lot in with Jaden Higgins, but Emmenary is got to be a guy that they're looking at there. Or
I'm going to say Emmenary or Donovan Ezraku, I think, is really in play right here.
Okay. There's another player that I would be fine with at this point.
I mean, he's it's not just the sack production. He's probably the quickest get off outside of Mike Green in this draft. But it's 16 and a half sacks last year, the super long go gadget arms. He's a little bit shorter. He's 6'2" and a half, but he makes up for it with the arms and the pass rush moves. And then the off the field stuff is A+ character, A+ worker. Absolutely checks all of the Seahawk boxes, kind of similar to the way Derek Hall was last year or 2 years ago. And they had a 1st round grade on Derek Hall. It took him at 37 overall. Schneider kind of tipped his hand last night in the post-draft press conference, caught himself when he was talking about how there's good players left. I think he was about to say there's guys left that we have 1st round grades on, which absolutely would explain the aggressive move to go up to number 3. Now, maybe because Higgins is off the board, could it be a receiver? Could it be Mason Taylor, the tight end out of LSU, who we know they like and had in for a 30 visit? Whole bunch of different directions that we could see this going. But the Seahawks are on the clock. This is fun already. We didn't have to wait.
Yeah, that's why I think it's down to like 2 or 3 players, like we've just talked about with this move up, because of what you indicated on that little piece of film you had on Twitter there, X, kind of telling the idea that he was going to maybe move up because they were excited about a couple of guys that were still there that they had 1st round grades on, and I think we've kind of named them. We'll find out here very shortly.
The other guy that could be in play here, if they're okay with the medicals, if they feel like the knee long-term, the prognosis is good, I think Will Johnson has to be under consideration here, as well as Siobhan Ravel, a guy that is coming off an ACL, so it's a cleaner injury as long as the medicals check out. The recovery time from ACLs now is a fraction of what it used to be, and this is a guy that looks absolutely the part of a Mike McDonald corner and would have been a top 15 pick by most accounts if it weren't for the ACL.
We traded the 82nd overall pick in this draft to move up to 35.
Okay.
Which is excellent value, really.
And that 82nd pick, then that is that's the Geno Smith pick? No, 92 was the Geno Smith. Or no, 82.
92 is correct. 82 is the native, I believe.
Okay.
I've got that. Yes, 82 is native.
Okay. If the pick's in, come on. Even on the tracker, they're not announcing it yet. Now some people
if
will
I see
ask
it first, I'll let you know.
some
I've
people
got the
will,
live broadcast on in front of me right here. So if it comes up, I'll let you know.
some people might ask about Mike Green. I think the fact that he fell out of the first round means that teams did have concerns about those off-field accusations, even though he claims, that nothing happened. He claims that there's been no complaints or no charges filed, anything like that. We know how strict the Seahawks are in their grading system on any hint of potential issues off the field. If it wasn't for that, he would have been long gone by now anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it does sound like there's some impropriety there off the field. Go ahead.
If there's any potential for a shocker here, a massive curveball, Jalen Milroe is the guy that it would be, right?
It could very well be Milroe. It really could. It's not going to be Sanders. I don't think that he's going to be a good fit in the building. In fact, he's not going to be a good fit in almost any building now, being a second string guy. He's just going to have so much around him all the time, as far as just social media and other media, be a very distracting player to have in your quarterback room.
I got so tired of waiting for this. I refreshed the screen, hoping it just, maybe I was stuck. I got
There we go. I think
it's Ezeraku or Emmenary.
I'm going to hear Richard Sherman call this out here really quick.
God, is the TV copy actually caught up to the Nick Emmenary? There it is. Wow. Okay. You and I talked about this a month and a half ago, because I came over. We watched that day. We watched the safeties day at the combine, and then we talked about it afterward. I've been pretty outspoken. I talked about it again just a couple hours ago on Twitter. I didn't like the idea of him at 18. I don't think he's the player that some fans think he is, or that the idea of Nick Emmenary based on the physical traits. He's not a guy that you really want playing center field, playing the back half. But with those athletic traits, even though there's some tightness in the hips, that size speed combination and his potential fit as a box safety. And we know Mike McDonald's history with playing three safeties. They did it a lot last year. We know firsthand what he can do with a taller, faster safety in Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore, and made that shift during his rookie year, moved him closer to the line of scrimmage, really unlocked him. My thinking on Emmenary is, look, I don't like him at 18, but if somehow, some way we can get him later and Mike McDonald signs off on this guy, it means he has conviction about this player. It means he has a role in mind. I think this is a home run. This is a home run pick.
Yeah. This is a kind of a dream, if you're a Seahawks fan, to have your team trade up and go get a player that they really want and like. And we know John Schneider's history about going up and getting players. Very good at identifying those, having very successful players come in and having great careers. Emmenary is a weapon. He's going to be a guy that it's got 4.38 speed, jumps out of the building at 43-inch vertical and 138 broad with a 1.49 10-yard split. This guy is a mover in your defense. He's alignment diverse. He's going to be able to play all the different coverage and schemes. You're right about being a box guy. He can come up and fill the run fits, come off the edge as a rush safety in a nickel and dime package. And just, I'm so excited about this pick, man. Talk about lighting a fire underneath this defense.
And I couldn't do it with a better player. Quite certain that we will hear tonight in the press conference after the third round that they had a first round grade on this player, that the Seahawks, some fans might go, some fans might say, hey, look, I like the player, but man, giving up 82. Now we only have 3 picks today instead of 4. That can change. I think there's going to be a real potential. Correct. I think you still hold on to 50 and 52. And I think there's opportunities to move down from there. Maybe you add picks in the 4th round. and you get some of that back a little bit. But the opportunity to get 2 first-round graded players.
Yes.
And I talked at the top about Schneider may not have success. He's never moved up in the first round. He hasn't had a lot of success moving down and getting players that became blue chip players. But moving up, particularly in the second round, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jaron Reed, he's done okay. I think this is another example of I just couldn't be happier about this. This is what Daniel Jeremiah had to say about Nick Emmenary. And incidentally, Daniel Jeremiah had him as his 15th ranked player in this draft. Emmenary is a massive safety prospect with ideal instincts and ball skills. He fits best as a strong safety, big nickel, or sub linebacker. He can consistently undercut routes and take the ball away in those roles. He trusts his eyes and drives on the ball. He had multiple pick sixes in the games I studied. He does have a little tightness that shows up in man coverage, but he has enough speed to recover. When he's aligned in the deep half, he's not as effective. He doesn't react as well at that depth. Against the run, he's aggressive to fill. He's a strong tackler on the front side. That's music to my ears. He will have some run-by misses when chasing from the backside. Overall, Emmenary will be a difference maker, provided the team that drafts him deploys him close to the action, and I absolutely expect we're going to hear Mike Macdonald tonight talk about him in that role.
Talk about handing a player to Mike Macdonald and giving him a tool in the toolbox. Mike Macdonald's just got to be jumping for joy at this pick. He's going to be able to use this guy in a number of different scenarios. This actually creates a little bit more freedom for Witherspoon, I think, to move away from the line of scrimmage a little bit. And this is one of those guys that at first glance, a lot of fans will think, well, this guy's just a workout warrior. He came into the combine and blew it up, and that's why he rose in the draft, and that's why Seattle's taking him here. All of that is true, except for the fact that this guy can also play football. You go watch the film, and he is a good football player, solid in all respects. A little bit of work needed on some coverage stuff, especially on the very back end. If you're going to have him be a cover 2 guy, that's fine. If he's going to do some cover 1 stuff, I think you're going to want to develop that a little bit more to leave him on an island. But everything else is just ready-made. First round grade. I had a first round grade on him as well. And I'm ecstatic about this pick because the cost to go get the player that you really want, that's going to have the greatest effect on your roster, cost you a mid to late third round pick. I mean, come on. They can make that up as well. If they move off 92, just move around a little bit, even drop back to 105, which is kind of an area of the draft where you kind of want to try to get to anyway. They can kind of recruit at least half of that value.
And I think
they still have 52.
I think you make a tremendous point in that, I've been campaigning for months that I would like to see Devin Witherspoon get moved off of having to play nickel all the time. He talked in that John Gruden interview about how he's taking on guards when he's in there. I don't want that for him long-term at 185 pounds. And so in a way, if that's the move where Emmenary is going to play a lot of big nickel, cover tight ends and cover slot guys and running backs coming out of the backfield and kind of roaming that middle of the field, being an enforcer there. It does free up Devin Witherspoon to play more on the boundary. You can make the argument that, they gave up a draft pick to move from 50 up to 34, but it's two birds with one stone. You gain also another full-time boundary corner, although I'm sure they'll still mix and match a little bit there. Dane Brugler in the Beast, he had him as his number 1 safety, compares him to Derwin James, who's his idol, apparently. Now, I will say this. In the Bob McGinn piece where he does the positional breakdown, and he's been doing this for decades, he has a ton of connections. He quotes a lot of front office personnel from around the league. There may be some yellow flags with Nick Emmenary. One scout says there's some inconsistency and possible character issues, more like football immaturity. I had him second or third round. He's a giant safety, strong physical. He will strike above average in coverage, especially for a big man. Motor is a little disappointing in pursuit and when it's not his play to make. But then he finishes by saying, good football player. And then there's another scout who says They'll probably try him at linebacker at some point if it doesn't work out at safety. He's just a rare breed. He's naturally contrarian to most everything. He's got top 20 talent, but there's some bells and whistles that come with him. Just be sure you know. He can probably phrase some things. You've got to have somebody to deal with the personality. They say this guy is so strong-willed, if you get him onto your side, he'll save the world. But if he's opposed to your views, he'll burn the world down. So
yeah. Well, you can say that
me,
about any type A aggressive football personality that's going to come in and be one of those guys, an alpha on your team, right? And they figured that out. I'm absolutely positive. They would not move up to 35 without doing their due diligence on everything you just talked about, and still decided to go get that player. And yeah, I'm not worried about any of that. I'd rather have a guy that's got a little edge to him, that plays at this position in the NFL in a Mike Macdonald defense, a defense that Mike Macdonald has said, we want to be more physical. We want to dictate terms to offenses. They haven't been able to do that the last 5 or 6 seasons, to be completely honest. They lack an identity. Even when Bobby Wagner came back for a year, he's a little bit more of a soft-spoken guy, and that's all fine and dandy, but they really lacked that, like, Cam Chancellor kind of personality, where a guy can come in and really sort of help the identity of a defense and coalesce everyone around them. And Nick Emmenary could be that guy.
Well, and I'll say this too. I think if those concerns are valid, that I think Mike Macdonald's straight shooter, no nonsense mentality, right? He's not going to beat around the bush. He's going to tell you if you step out of line a little bit, he's going to get you right back in line. Also, I think this defense has more alpha types and leaders now than it's had in a couple of years, certainly since Bobby Wagner left. I think Leonard Williams, I think Ernest Jones, Julian Love, and even I think in his third year, Devin Witherspoon could take a step forward as kind of a vocal leader. Jaron Reed, those guys are just not going to allow a young player to come in like that and have any sense of entitlement. I don't think. I don't worry about that at all. Some of the other guys that come off the board.
Go ahead.
Just catching up. I'm going to switch over actually to the ESPN tracker because I think it's just a little easier to see on screen. It's a little bit streamlined. So we've got off the board so far. I'm sorry. Hang on. Let's go here. Thank you. Okay. We'll get it. There we go. Off the board so far, Carson Schwessinger goes to the Cleveland Browns. Jaden Higgins to the Houston Texans at 2 after they traded out of the first round. Emmenary to the Seahawks at 3. Quinshon Judkins to the Browns. Man, I think the Browns are as much as, passing up the chance to draft Hunter, might be something that fans look back in a few years and lament. I think with where they stand, I think they need some quantity and quality, and I think they've done really well for themselves in their 3 picks so far. And then Jonas Savaiinaea, a guy that's been kind of a target among Seahawks fans, I think quite a bit, as a guy that might have been someone to help that offensive line if they hadn't gone Grey Zabel in the first round, goes to the Miami Dolphins at 5. And thankfully, because how nervous were you yesterday when the Dolphins were on the clock at 13, based on some of the reports earlier in that day that they loved Grey Zabel and he might be the pick there?
Yeah, you just never know. I mean, and then you had Donovan Jackson, excuse me, the other guard go a little early at 12. Yeah. At 12, and you're just like, well, is there going to be a run? And then they'll have to pivot, and if they can drop back, that's going to be great. If not, you got to stick and pick, and yeah, you start to kind of go through all that kind of stuff, and luckily it worked out. I mean. The other one was Jalen Walker too. I thought I did a final mock draft with Keith on our show a couple days ago, and I had Jalen Walker dropping all the way down to 18, and Seattle stuck and pick, and that was the guy. Now, at the same point, we had Grey Zabel, going up to get Grey Zabel, I think at 34. In our mock, because he fell into that range, which is kind of where everyone thought maybe he could go. Yeah. But usually as things like this go, you're going to get a run on a premium position, offensive line, defensive line, edge guys, corners. And once those offensive linemen start coming off the board, you better go get your guy.
we had so much happen at the top. I want to get to some of the comments, get caught up a little bit. This is shout out to Bryce Coots. How you doing, my friend? John McGrath said, obviously before the pick, I wonder if they'll move up from 50 or 52 or if they'll stay. Well, obviously we know what happened.
Is there a chance that they could move up again off 52, in your opinion, Dan? Or do they just stay and let the draft fall now?
I mean, there's always a chance. Again, I think, I think Donovan Ezeraku, I keep coming back to it. I think he's a guy that they must have a high grade on. But then you start to think about, okay, there's some other boxes that need to be checked today too. They took care of the guard situation, so that alleviates some things. Maybe the selection of Emmenary takes a little pressure off cornerback for some of the reasons we mentioned. But I think there's some tight ends there that they like. They have to get a wide receiver. I think today's the sweet spot for that.
I do too.
As well as if they do have another corner they like, I think today's the day to do that as well. So certainly anything can happen. Let's see. Here's John's, his reaction to it. Said it yesterday. He can be the enforcer like Chancellor was or become the cancer like Thomas became. Mike McDonald will make sure it's the first option. I don't think it's fair to put Cam Chancellor upside on Nick Emmenary. We're talking about one of the great physical enforcers at the position of all time. Maybe pump the brakes on that a little bit, right? But man, I couldn't be, as much as I took some heat 6 weeks ago for saying I didn't like the idea of Emmenary at 18. I could not be more thrilled. I mean, if you had to give these first two picks a grade in the aggregate, like it's an A draft so far, right? Maybe an A plus.
Solid A. Yeah.
Traded up to get him before Pete. That's an interesting take. Did the Raiders trade back?
Yeah. I was going to ask you what the Raiders were going to do because Schefter indicated that Shadur Sanders could be on the Raiders' radar.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
If not, he's looking at a fall in this draft. Could potentially go all the way into the third round.
Bears are on the clock right now.
83.
The Saints are after them. Saints could certainly be looking quarterback. Milroe or Sanders could be in play there. Maybe even a Tyler Shuck with Derek Carr's injury concerns, right? I could see that be a landing spot for Shuck potentially. Then you have the Bears at 42, could be in play for a quarterback. The Rams, I think I know a bunch of Rams fans, including Jake Ellenbogen, who does such a great job as a content creator for them, who's been pounding the table for Jalen Milroe and thinks he'd be a fit. I could see McVay making that move at 46. So there's some possibilities there. And then the Raiders pick at 48. I don't know if that's where they were to begin with or if they moved down.
I think they were up closer to,
because they were at 6 to begin with.
The sixth pick today, I believe.
Rory McLaughlin says, love this pick. Perfect pick from Mike to work with. I'll bet you some people said last night, they said Mike looked a little subdued in the post-draft presser. Like as much as, he's been supportive of like, hey, let's fix this offensive line because there's a certain style I want to play. Like maybe we'll see a little more enthusiasm tonight when he's talking about Nick Emmenary, because now he gets he gets his guys.
The cool thing about Mike McDonald, and you really got to give him a little bit of credit, is that he's been a defensive guy for a long time, and he's really done a nice pivot to be a head coach. And I think this is the season where it really kind of comes into he comes into his own all the way around the full spectrum, and especially having Kubiak there that he kind of had a hand in getting him on board. I think it's his team now, his complete team.
Just kind of running through some of these comments. This is a landslide. This is a universally excited fan base over this pick right now. Yeah.
No, absolutely. I mean, what's not to like, right?
Right. Yeah, there's no downside. Yeah,
Playmaker on defense.
Someone said we're behind, so I'm going to kind of toggle back and forth and kind of keep an eye on Twitter too, in case some picks or tips. Since I cannot watch the TV feed. Then as we get the information, we can pass it along to you, especially since some people said we might be.
Well, we're at pick 39 right now. Chicago is on the clock.
I did find one person whose opinion, especially with defensive players, I trust a great deal, does a ton of tape grinding and is very, very X and O literate. and he may get a chance. I sent him a link. He may be joining us at some point today, or joining me. I know you have to go. Let me know whenever you have to go. Griffin Sturgeon.
It should be good until 5:15. Oh yeah, cool.
Griffin Sturgeon, not a big fan. Tweeted, not a fan of Emmenary. Hope that proves to be unjustified. Now, in Emmenary's defense, Griffin was not a fan of the Tyrese Knight pick last year, and happily admits now that he was wrong. Now, nice. Corbin Smith tweeting, dream scenario for the Seahawks, and I agree with this. I've already talked about it. Would be Donovan Ezeraku somehow lasting until 50. Maybe just the lack of height. He's a little undersized.
You know, if they want him, if that's the way that the Seahawks feel like Corbin Smith feels, then they go get him. You know, why wait? Why not move up 10 spots and go get your player? What's it going to cost you? You know, it's going to be that 4th round pick, and maybe one of those 5th or a future, and you just go get the guy.
Now, did you say this and I missed it? Or I just assumed they moved from 50, but they moved from 52. So they still hold the 50th pick. Yeah, they gave up 52 and 82. I thought
they moved from 50. Okay,
according to Adam Schefter, and then confirmed by Corbin Smith. So,
yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's great. Luther Burden goes to the Bears. Oh my goodness. How the offense that Ben Johnson is building in Chicago.
Wow.
I mean, you're talking Colston Loveland.
Who's going to get cut? Maybe we can hang around the scrap heap a little bit with those guys.
How are they going to spread the touches around? I mean, Caleb Williams better get a whole lot better at getting the ball out. I mean, it's a
nice problem to have.
They go and they invest on the offensive line. They bring in Jonah Jackson. They sign Drew Dowman. They get
what are they doing on defense?
The rest of the draft, maybe. I mean, you add Burden to Dunze and Loveland and Cole Kmet. And I still think they're going to add a running back.
I like Burden.
I still think they're going to add a running. They have the next pick after New Orleans. New Orleans on the clock now. We might be looking at quarterback here, and then Chicago again at 41. I would absolutely expect them to maybe go running back there at 41. Do the Saints take a quarterback here? Could this be Shadur Sanders' landing spot?
I'm not sure.
Or they holding out.
I'm sure. I bet it's a safer pick. I bet it's like Shug.
Well, and the Saints just need
potentially
everything. They just need good young players that are on rookie deals to try to manage that salary cap. And then the conspiracy theorists, of course, would have you believe that the Saints are playing for next year. And that Garrett Nussmeier is the guy that they want. Of course, they hired his dad, Doug Nussmeier.
Somebody's going to get real value in this area of the draft with Siobhan Ravel and Will Johnson being available. Now, I like Ravel a little better than Johnson personally, just from the standpoint of a sticky guy, a little bit more physical on man coverage. Will Johnson, to me, is just a little bit more soft than I would like. And then you got to worry about the medical there on both of them. But they're sliding both of them. Trey Amos is a guy too.
Found another person who doesn't like the pick, Colby Patnode from Locked On Mariners, but he's also a very active. He's always engaged in matters of the Seahawks. Says, I hate the Emmenary pick for a few reasons. One, they gave up a third to go get him. And two, I don't think he helps you much this year. I tolerate the pick for one reason only. Mike McDonald has a really good track record with safeties. And that's what now Griffin Sturgeon is also saying is look, let's defer to Mike McDonald on this. The giving up the 3rd round pick, I just don't mind it. It would be as if you could fast forward to, let's say today they traded Geno Smith and the 52nd pick to move up to 34 today to take Emmenary, right? And then they were still able to somehow acquire Sam Darnold. Like, I just think some fans get way too hung up on pick value instead of just the late great John Clayton, may he rest in peace, used to always say the NFL is a talent acquisition league. Get the most good players you have. And the one thing that this roster has lacked the last couple of years, we've talked about it quite a bit on each other's shows, is we love the overall collection of young talent on this roster from the last 3 drafts. But where are the blue chippers? Where are the potential all pros getting
Getting-
elite players? And I think the two guys they added today have an opportunity to achieve that status. And that's something they needed to add to the roster.
Getting a bunch of players from the middle class of the NFL is a great thing. But you've got to have room on your roster. You've got to, as you've said, you've got to prioritize certain positions of value that you need some guys that tilt the field, as John Schneider likes to say. And we've got a couple of those players, and to come out of the draft with two as opposed to just one, especially in this draft where it's not so top heavy and it's a good middle class draft. Now they went ahead and got their two players. Now they can kind of let the draft come to them, move around a little bit on the back end. There's still a lot of good players here, guys. A lot. I mean, this draft is loaded with players, I think in this range now, 40 to say 80 to 90, that are going to be similar value depending on the position group that you're drafting from.
Shane Turner checking in, a loyal viewer from Australia, tuned in just in time for the trade. Love the trade and pick. Mike Mack loves it. Thanks, Shane. Thanks for the donation. And I'm glad it worked out for you too, Bill. We talked about this possibility earlier today when I knew you wouldn't be able to be on all that long. It's like, hey, maybe we get lucky and they trade up while you're on with us.
We were still going through introductions when the trade went down. So
Saints pick is nuts. In. Albert Breer reporting that they did try to trade up, the Saints did, which might indicate that quarterback was potentially their targets. We may see Tyler Shuck. There it is. Tyler Shuck. I think he makes a lot of sense for what's going on there because of the timeline. With Derek Carr seemingly not in their plans, there's some speculation that the shoulder injury, they might be overplaying that just because he wants them to move him. Maybe that becomes a topic of discussion now, although I don't know where a landing spot would really make sense for that. But Tyler Shuck being an older player is going to turn 26 during the season. An experienced player because he played 6 years of college football because of injuries, doesn't really have that many starts, but a guy that looks pro ready, certainly has a pro frame, a pro arm. He's played in more of a pro style system under Jeff Baum at Louisville. And interesting statement in regards to Spencer Rattler, who they just drafted last year and who kind of showed some flashes later last season. But Tyler Shuck makes sense for them. And I think he's in competition from day one to potentially start for them as a rookie. Who would have thought that Tyler Shuck and Jackson Dart would go before Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, no, I didn't see that coming. Although, all the things that you hear about Sanders, falling and stuff, it all kind of makes sense. You kind of wonder about those things when it happens a week or 2 weeks prior to the draft, how much of it is real, how much of it is not. But Daniel Jeremiah had him kind of falling a little bit. And I like to listen to Jeremiah on that kind of stuff and others. And this is interesting. I mean, he's the next quarterback taken after Jackson Dart. You still have Quinn Ewers on the board, Jalen Milroe, and obviously Sanders, and they go with kind of a sure thing, albeit an older prospect in Tyler Shuck. I really like him. I like the way that he looks on film. If Seattle was still in the market for a quarterback and they hadn't done anything with Darnold, this was a quarterback that I would have considered in this range of a guy that you could have come in and at least compete right away. So it's a good situation for him in New Orleans.
Now let's look at some scenarios here. Let me go back to this comment here about, I think it was John McGrath said, be aggressive, trade up again. We talked about this opportunity. I'm looking at the Rich Hill trade chart right now. And if you want to talk about some scenarios and specifically for me, I think we're talking about Donovan Ezeraku, but I think Siobhan Revell fits into this possibility as well as a player that I think the Seahawks, if they're good with the knee, if it looks like everything's on track for him to make a full recovery from the ACL, which these days most players do, then sitting at 50 right now, the cost to move up to, just for example, Indianapolis at 45, which would be 4 picks away from where we are right now, would cost 16 points, which is your 4th rounder, 137. That's an exact match. If you just want to make a slight move up. Let's say you want to get in front of Miami at 48, or you want to move up 2 spots to get in front of Cincinnati, who's right in front of you at 49, because, Cincinnati, even though they took Shamar Stewart in the first round, like, we don't know what's going on with Trey Hutchinson or Hendrickson. Maybe they're looking at another edge. That would only cost you, now we're talking about 4 points. We're talking about your top 7th rounder, 223. If you want to get in front of, well, I was going to say, if you want to get in front of the Arizona Cardinals, who are looking for defensive line help and edge help, certainly you'd have to deal with the Rams. That's not going to happen. So I think Indianapolis maybe is the farthest you can move up. It would cost you that 4th rounder, 137, to get that player, which would leave you without a 4th rounder. But again, as you mentioned, you still have 82 and 92 in the 3rd down. You could move back and recoup some picks from there. So the cost, the farther you get into the draft, obviously the math just gets easier, and the cost to move up gets a little less. And there might also be teams that are interested in taking future picks in order to move back just slightly in the 2nd round as well, depending on what they feel, how they feel about next year's draft class.
How are you still feeling about another interior offensive line pick in this range for Seattle?
So I talked about this on Twitter earlier this morning, because I've been pretty outspoken throughout the entire process that I only wanted to see 1 pick of these first 5 used on interior offensive line. I like the guys they have. I don't think they've gotten a full shot. I don't want to give up on all the draft capital that we've used on some of those guys. I thought Oluwatimi established himself as a really solid player at center last year. It seems like the team agrees with that. I think Christian Haynes in this scheme, we're finally going to see the player that was, worthy of the 81st pick last year, and he's going to get a real shot. And then, we've talked about Abe Lucas being 100% healthy. But with the full assortment of picks, I was more open to it today, simply because, like, if there's a guy they have conviction about, right? If they're convinced that Tate Ratledge is that guy, or Jared Wilson is that guy, then I'd be okay with it, because it means that they have a vision and they have a plan. With only 3 picks remaining now and some other needs, wide receiver is a huge one, tight end is one, edge is one, defensive tackle. They don't have any depth at defensive tackle right now on this roster after the release of Cam Young. None. 0. Quentin Bohanna is the next guy up in that rotation. They're going to need to add multiple defensive tackles, either in this draft or undrafted free agency, and maybe even beyond that. At this point, now that we've given up a pick, I wouldn't want to see it.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I could see them, if they were enamored with Jared Wilson, that's fine. I'm just not sure if he's better than what we've got.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see.
The more I'm thinking about this pick coming up is, if the edge rusher from Boston College is there, Mason Taylor makes a lot of sense. A guy that they really like, a guy that they've had in on their 30 visit, and a guy that would fit into what they're trying to do and kind of allow them to move off of Noah Fant potentially.
Brian Baldinger just tweeted, Seahawks Emmenary is a smother safety, not just a cover safety. With his size, length, and leaping ability, he smothers receivers. LOB2. And then interesting perspective here from Seahawk Nerd, who I always love his kind of analytical, very thoughtful approach to the draft. He said, if Seattle had taken Nick Emmenary at 18 and then traded up for Grey Zabel at 35, their picks would align nearly perfectly with the consensus big board rankings. They read the room, saw that interior offensive line was getting pushed up the board, safety was getting pushed down, and adjusted accordingly. A+. That's a great way to look at it. Perspective. Absolutely. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. No. I saw a tweet that was 35 minutes old that I thought was current. I thought we might have traded up again. It's a lot to keep up on. TJ Sanders goes to the Buffalo Bills. He's a defensive tackle I really liked, although he's more of he can play nose, but he's just under 300 pounds, more of a 3 technique guy that can move around a little bit. I think if they're looking for a guy to fill that role, I think Ty Robinson's going to be in play, maybe as early as 50 if they like him that much, but probably in that 82, 92 range. I got to think, I have to believe that Ezeraku has a good grade on their board. and that he's a guy that they might target here. Or as you said, Mason Taylor or one of the other receivers that they like. Let's look at that receiver group. Let's see. Let's just take a look at this. Let's put this back up on the screen and just kind of take a look at some of the remaining receivers, because I thought we'd see
really
a run.
like Jack Besh, and if they really want a guy that's going to take the top off, maybe they could wait a little bit, maybe get down to that 92 range, Torrey Horton, Deontay Thornton, something like that. But if they really like a good player that they want to come in and be their number 3, number 4 guy, Jalen Royals, Jack Besh, those are players that really come in. And
I keep waiting. That receiver run's going to happen, and it's going to happen soon, I think, where you go, Besh, Jalen Royals, a guy that I really like. It's someone, he needs a little refinement in his route running, but he's a legit 4.3 speed. I like his build. Like he can take punishment. It's kind of built like a NFL running back, but with that 4.3 speed, he gets a lot of yards after the catch. I don't know if Isaiah Bond is a Seahawk personality type wise.
I don't think so.
Trey Harris is a guy certainly that can play the boundary. Love Jalen Knoll. Not sure he's a fit with what they have on the roster right now. He can play outside, but I think he's more of a slot guy. Kyle Williams is a guy I absolutely love, and I would not bat an eye if Kyle Williams was the pick at 50, nor would I with Elikai Manor, who I think is a true X and also the best blocker in this draft. There's a lot of value.
See, now they're going to be attracted to that.
Yeah.
And that's why they would be attracted to Jack Besh. It's just the physical player, the guy, the in between the ears stuff with those two players. And
I like your Torrey Horton call. Daniel Jeremiah has been pounding the table for him for months that, he had an injury. He missed the second half of last year. Maybe that's kind of where the shine came off. But you look at the production the 2 years before that, and off the charts, size speed combination. Gotta like that. Let's go back to the picks and see where we're at. Pick is in for the Jets. Now, the Jets signed Justin Fields, and there was some reporting that he was given assurances they wouldn't really bring a quarterback in to challenge him, that he was going to get every opportunity to be the guy. However, because they obviously are open to a running quarterback who might not be the most proficient passer, would Jalen Milroe make some sense here? Because you could draft him here and you could say, look, Justin, he's not ready to play. Like, he's going to be third on our roster. He's a guy we're going to develop. You're on a 2-year deal. Like, we might use him in some packages, but he's not going to threaten you as a rookie.
That could be a situation. That could be something I could see. But man, talk about a tough market.
Yeah, right. Niners are on the clock as the pick has not been announced yet. Lots of talk about Will Johnson now potentially being in play at 50. Again, just to remind people, if they're wondering about Will Johnson, who Daniel Jeremiah has at 16th on his best available ranking on his overall top 150. And this kind of came out of nowhere, right? We didn't hear about this at the combine or anything else at his pro day. He had a turf toe injury last year, and that was supposedly healed. There were long speed concerns with him, but that's not really his game. He's kind of a zone safety, reading the quarterback, reading, reacting, instinctive. And then 2 years ago, he had a knee, but then Albert Breer reporting on Monday that he was flagged for medicals, and that it's a knee injury that doesn't impact him in the short term, but could be a long term, like a degenerative or chronic condition. We heard something similar to this when Tyjae Spears was drafted a couple of years ago by the Titans, that he was missing an ACL, or that he had some sort of ACL condition that like probably at some point was going to impact him. I remember a similar situation 7-8 years ago. I can't remember the name of the Boise State running back who the Dolphins drafted. Same story. And they got a couple productive years out of him, but then just as was reported and some of the concerns came true, he wasn't able to play beyond his rookie contract. That can kind of scare you a little bit. But if I told you right now, Bill, that you'd get one good rookie contract out of Will Johnson, and we saw the player that we saw, particularly in 2023 at Michigan, and that was it, would you take him at 50?
No. One good contract. That's 4 years of production, that first year. Plus they've got,
what if it's elite production? we only have one corner who's
that's tough. I mean, That's tough. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that you put it that way, but still, it's the 50th pick in a draft is a premium pick. You'd like to be able to get a little bit more run out of that, but if it's elite, all pro level,
yeah, I think Ravel is much more likely, and I think he screams Seahawk as well. Mason Taylor off the clock. He goes to the New York Jets. There was some thought that Tyler Warren might have gone to the Jets at 7. They pass on tight end there, but they get their tight end. They get another weapon for Justin Fields there in Mason Taylor to New York. And now the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. Yeah. Your thoughts on the 49ers pick of, who'd they go with? Walter Nolan yesterday? Was it Nolan?
Yeah. It's a good player, good pick. A little bit higher than I thought Nolan would go. Had a good Senior Bowl, for sure. Left early, didn't he? I think
he didn't leave early. He didn't play in the game. He didn't play in the game. He practiced all 3 days. He didn't play in the game. I didn't see, I went down to Mobile expecting to see big things out of him because he was being talked about at the time of potentially being drafted as high as he was. But there's some,
I like him at a 3 tech for them. I really do. I mean, he's going to be in a rotation. He's a good player with a lot of athleticism at that spot. But his shorter arms, shorter wingspan, smaller hands. There's a reason why I thought that he would have been a back end of the first round guy as opposed to 11 overall. But he's a good solid player for them.
Corbin Smith just tweeted, I asked Nick Emmenary about modeling his game after Cam Chancellor, and he has worked with the same defensive backs pass game coordinator at South Carolina that Bam Bam did in Torian Gray. That's interesting. He says, as for whether or not Emmenary would consider asking Chancellor if he could wear 31, he sounds like he wants his own number to write his own legacy and be better than the legend. Okay.
San Francisco just drafted Alfred Collins, by the way.
I think he's a guy that would have been in play. I mean,
for Seattle, he doesn't do much except for stuff that run and take on double teams, but he's really good at it.
They need that defensive line that just a few years ago was so good that Pete Carroll was saying that's kind of what they want to model themselves after. It was an Achilles heel for them last year, really. So now they add Nolan and Collins. I think that's a good combo. Collins is a guy that's going to stuff a bunch of gaps and eat up a bunch of blocks. And Nolan's going to penetrate and do his thing and get upfield. That's with Robert Saleh calling the shots there now. That San Francisco defense took a step forward. Cowboys
Collins is a glue piece. I mean, he's going to allow everyone else to look good on that defense. He's just going to swallow double teams and kind of stuff the run there for him.
If you're thinking about another trade up for the Seahawks, the Colts are already on the Colts are on the clock now, and then after that it's Rams, Cardinals, and then Raiders, Bengals. So it kind of feels like it's sort of now or never. Maybe Pete would allow them to leapfrog Cincinnati and John Spytek down there, do him another solid, right? To get up to 48, which would cost you a 7th rounder. But unlikely to do deals with the Rams, probably unlikely with the Cardinals as well. So if the Colts are entertaining moving back here, and if there's a guy the Seahawks want to target, this would be the time to do it. And again, that would match up with their 4th rounder. If they want to move up here based on the Rich Hill trade chart and go get that 45th pick to take either Ravel or Ezraku or somebody else we haven't talked about yet.
Coming into the day, Dan, having picks at 82 and 92, I didn't feel horrible about that gap after 92 to 137. But now without that 82nd pick and just having the 92, how do you feel about the transition between the last pick today versus where we start tomorrow?
I would prefer to hang on to what we have at the moment. Like I'm greedy. There's a
lot of players that are good that are available. I think that we should stick and pick here.
John McGrath's been really astute and has called some things. He's really been in touch with this draft and this draft class. He's saying Jamari Caldwell potentially at 50. He's an interesting dude out of Oregon. I actually like him better than Jordan Birch, who kind of was the bigger name down there. He went to the Senior Bowl at 335 pounds, and I had I had to check. I kept going back to his profile and checking, like, is he really 335 pounds? He moves in a way that you would not expect a 335 pounder to move. He could be interesting.
I guess I would feel more comfortable if they decided to move here at 50 and drop back a little bit, pick up an extra pick in that
could happen.
80 to 110 range. I think that's where he's going to go in this draft.
Yeah. And there's some other defensive linemen that I think might make a little bit more sense. But 50 might sound a little bit rich for Ty Robinson to some people. I think that'd be a pretty polarizing pick. But I've heard the Seahawks really, really like him. And he would certainly fit as a guy that can play basically all 5 positions along the defensive line. Noah Lansing says, Besh, Ravel, or offensive line feels like the play here. I would be shocked if they go offensive line at 50 after everything we just said, and also giving up a pick already. The value to me just wouldn't seem to be there. Unless they've been lying to us for 3 months and John Benton doesn't like the young guys they've drafted in the last 2 years. And that was all just posturing. Kiwi fan says, does the Emmenary pick push Kobe Bryant out to nickel or cornerback? Absolutely not. I think we talked about this a little bit. The knock on Emmenary is you don't really want him. His strength isn't playing the deep, a deep third or a deep half and too high. He's not a guy that you want playing deep safety. And I think you'd be wasting his traits if you did that with him. I think Kobe Bryant found his spot. I think you leave him there, and I think Emmenary becomes that Swiss Army knife. And
I think Tyrese Knight loses a little bit of snaps there.
Absolutely, because you could still move Devin inside on some passing downs in particular, take Tyrese Knight off the field. Emmenary can almost play a weak side linebacker. Then you can really cover some teams. You think about other teams that are going to run the same scheme that we run, right? When you play the 49ers and the Rams twice a year, and all those mesh concepts and all those crossing routes and dig routes, like you want as much talent in the middle of the field there. You're going to have Emmenary playing in the box and playing like that hook zone. There goes Donovan Ezeraku off the board. Dallas Cowboys at 44. So that's one guy that we thought might have been in play at 50 that is no longer available. That's great value, I think, for the Cowboys at 44. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had gone in the first round.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Now we're moving.
I don't know why he dropped so far, but he did, and they got great value. He landed in their lap for sure.
Colts pick is in already. Colts might go offensive line. They lost Ryan Kelly. They lost Will Fries. That once great, Quentin Nelson isn't quite the player that he used to be. Like that once great offensive line, not as strong as it used to be. And they took a tight end in the first round, obviously with Tyler Warren there. I can see offensive line being in play for them. The pick is already in with them, and the Rams are on the clock. And this is where it gets interesting. I think this is a real sweet spot for the Rams. If they are high on Jalen Milroe, I could see this being the pick. I also think there's some other guys in that class that would have some appeal to them as well as a guy to kind of groom behind McVay, but behind Stafford, but probably not at 46. I think Kyle McCord's probably.
What do you think about Milroe to the Cardinals?
I'm not a Kyler Murray guy. Never have been.
I am not myself.
But I don't think he's in any jeopardy of losing his job. But the timeline might match. I think they're a year or two away from being able to move off him salary cap wise. In a way that's not too damaging if it doesn't really work out, if he doesn't take a step forward the next year or two. Yeah. And I think he obviously fits in that offense.
I think, if you had a guy like Shadur Sanders as well,
forgetting about Shadur Sanders, does he go to the Rams here?
Well, that could be in play, or I was thinking the Cardinals as well. You could kind of hide in the desert if you're Sanders a little bit and not have such a big, huge media market driving the narrative on you all the time.
Yeah, nobody cares. Cardinal fans don't even care about the Cardinals. I went to the Seahawks game here last year, and we were sitting in club seats, and I went inside to where the inside club area is, and there's concessions and bars, tons of couches and chairs, and the place was packed. It was a beautiful day. The team was playing 50 feet away for real, and they were inside. The lounge was packed, and they were watching it on TV.
You and I were about 100 feet away for that entire game from each other, and we couldn't figure out a way to
because we were
link up and have a beer.
Different levels, right? We were almost right on top of each other.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fun to go to games in the desert because it's a Seahawks crowd for sure. I mean, there's got to be at least 20,000 fans there with Seahawks jerseys, which is nice to see.
Here's a question. Would they take Mike Green now that Ezraku is off the board? So again, JT Tuimoloau, the Federal Way kid, the edge from Ohio State, who again is another guy that I think now all these players are starting to go off the board that I think 4 in a row: Mason Taylor, Alfred Collins, Donovan Ezraku, JT Tuimoloau. These are all guys that I routinely mock to the Seahawks because I think they would have been really, really good fits coming off the board now. So John's probably sweating a little bit. But back to Mike Green. Accusations of sexual assault in high school. Accusation of sexual assault at Virginia caused him to transfer to Marshall. He has been upfront. He's been transparent about it. He hasn't hemmed and hawed. He hasn't been, evasive or defensive about it, like so many of these players that we've seen facing similar allegations in the past have been. He says no charges have ever been filed. It never happened. It's unfounded. Teams clearly are concerned because he was probably going to go top 15 just based on his tape and his performance at the Senior Bowl and the traits. Here he still sits on the clock as of 45. We know the importance of character to John Schneider ever since the Malik McDowell debacle. Right. Is there a mesh point, do you think, at some point in the draft? If he's off their board altogether, that's one issue. But could there be a point where the value just becomes too great that it's worth the risk for a play like that? Because if it wasn't for the accusations, he never would have gotten to 18, but I think he's a guy that if he was a clean prospect, the Seahawks might have tried to trade up, like the most explosive edge in this class, bar none.
That is an interesting question, Dan. Does a guy that's off their board dictate that he's off their board for the entire draft, no matter where the pick is? Or is there a point where a player reappears on a board given a different level in the draft, 3rd round, 4th round, 5th, or whatever it is?
Yeah.
I don't think so for Seattle. I think that once he's off the board, he's off the board. They literally
I'm with you.
Put his name away.
If they weren't going to draft Jalen Carter at 5 when he would have taken care of their biggest need, an elite prospect, because of the whole car accident thing and some concerns maybe about his work ethic, there's no way they're going to touch. They did it with Frank Clark, right? Schneider took a shit ton of heat for it at the time. Clark gave him 4 good years, but then I think that it certainly factored into them trading him instead of paying him after his rookie contract because they just wanted to shed the locker room of any kind of remnants or semblance of I'm
sure there's certain things that they make exceptions for. I don't think sexual assault at any age is going to be one of those exceptions.
Yeah. It's too much a part of their fabric of their identity. Like that would be a tough thing to walk back from, right? We're all about smart, tough, dependable. We're all about A+ character. We're all about the person, not just the player. I think Schneider got beat up enough 9 years ago when he took Frank Clark. There's no way that he would go down that road again. And I'm not sure who will. Probably Howie Roseman, the Philadelphia Eagles, like they always do. They'll just sit there and they'll take him like in the 3rd round, and he'll become an all-pro.
If you've got enough mentors on your team, enough leadership, you can absorb something like that, and it's going to be dealt with internally and so forth. But it's just one of those decisions you have to make as a franchise. What kind of a character that you want your team to have, and I just don't see it for Seattle at all.
Let's see. Seahawks are now 4 picks away. Still not seeing the Rams pick. A lot of chatter on Twitter.
Can we talk about some of the best players available?
Absolutely.
Really quick, right before we're on the clock again. Kyle Williams is there. Terrence Ferguson, the Oregon tight end. Jalen Lane, wide receiver with a little bit of speed. Ty Felton, same. Joshua Farmer is an interesting name. Defensive tackle. Yep. That could be a scheme fit for a nose tackle for the team.
At some point, we're going to get a run on a bunch of these big ends too, and maybe the Tuimoloau kind of starts that. I mean, we're talking Landon Jackson, we're talking Nick Scorton, Shamar Turner potentially, who can also play the interior. Darius Alexander is a guy, 48 on Daniel Jeremiah's big board, a little bit of an older prospect. He stayed in school for 6 years from Toledo. He was a top 5 dominant player at the Senior Bowl the entire week. He might be in play. Elijah Arroyo only had the 1 year of production at Miami, but a guy who's a real elite pass catching tight end. Although I'm with you, I really like Terrence Ferguson as well. The receivers we've talked about.
What do you think about Josiah Stewart, the edge from Michigan?
Of all the players,
I really like him actually.
I don't.
Okay.
He's undersized as heck, and I know the production was there. The production was there, but when you put on the tape, and you don't even have to watch all 22, you put on the highlight reel. Someone posted a highlight reel on Twitter the other day talking about what a sleeper this guy is, and it was like 4 or 5 plays in a row of him getting sacks, and he was unimpeded to the quarterback on every play. He wasn't beating guys. I saw absolutely nothing from him. I was excited to watch him in Mobile. I didn't see him win a rep the whole week. I saw him get swallowed up by bigger offensive linemen. I don't think he can win individual matchups. But again, when it comes to defensive players, I have so much faith in Mike McDonald that anything he decides to do, I'm going to be okay with. We have another special guest, Bill. I don't know if you know Casey McLean or not from the Poor Sports Podcast. Casey, Bill, Casey. Casey's on the road.
Nice to meet you, Bill.
He's on his way down to does stand-up comedy. He's down. He's got a show today in Portland at 8:00. Let's get the plug in first. If anyone's down in Portland, where can they see you tonight?
Yeah, for sure. I'm opening for a great comedian named Ronan Hirschberg at the Helium Neon Room. They just opened a small room for bad comedians like me. And that's where I will be tonight and tomorrow night, 8 and 10 p.m. Both nights.
Your guy, Terrence Ferguson, well, I liked him too. We just talked about him, just went off the board. The LA Rams take Terrence Ferguson at 46. So yet again, a team that might be looking at a young quarterback passes on both Jalen Milroe and Shadur Sanders. Casey, are you caught up on what's happened with the Seahawks today? They trade all the way up to 34 from 52 to take Nick Emmenary, the safety out of South Carolina. Your thoughts?
I saw that. It's very exciting. I'm a little more forgiving of the Cam Chancellor comp than you are, I think, because I remember very distinctly. I wanted Taylor Mays the year Cam Chancellor got drafted.
Oh yeah,
and they drafted Earl Thomas, and I was like, well, at least they drafted this Chancellor guy who has good measurables. Because he's like a 5th round pick. Like Cam Chancellor wasn't Cam Chancellor in 2010, so I'll give him a little bit of time to refute the Cam Chancellor comp, I think. But yeah, it's very exciting. I was kind of on your team where I didn't want Emmenary at 18, but I love it here. And if he pushes Witherspoon outside more, I think it's like almost drafting 2 players at once.
Yeah, we talked about that on your show last week when I was on in regards to some of the other guys. You know, Jahdae Barron could have been a guy that might have freed Devin Witherspoon up to do that as well. Doesn't look like a lot of trade activity happening today. The Cardinals pick is in already. The Raiders are on the clock. We talked about the possibility of maybe the Cardinals going quarterback. I don't see that as realistic. They have too many needs on defense. I would expect this pick to be a defensive pick. But the Raiders now sitting on the clock at 48. Casey, could you see with our guy Geno there now in his squarely in his mid-30s on a 2?
Wow, Johnson just came off the board to the Cardinals.
Hold that thought. The Cardinals take the risk. Man, talk about a risk reward pick. The reports about the long-term knee injuries potentially pushing him down to 47. The Cardinals take Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. I think that's a team that is in a position where it's worth taking the risk, because if it works out, like Bill and I were talking about before he came on, even if you just get one contract out of him, if those reports turn out to be accurate, like Cardinals need guys on defense. They need dudes, and Will Johnson should have been a top 15 pick.
Yeah, I would have been stoked about Johnson if the Seahawks took him in one of their picks in the 50s for sure, if he fell to them there.
I think in that range he would have probably had to be. I would imagine there's some moans in the Seahawks war room right now. I think he was a guy that they really liked, and in fact, McDonald was instrumental in closing the deal with him to get him to go to Michigan when he was deciding between Notre Dame and Michigan. So, yeah, I think if Will Johnson didn't have any medical concerns, the Seahawks might have been looking to trade up from 18 yesterday for him. Do the Raiders go quarterback here? I think that's the big question that I was getting to. Either Milroe.
That is the big question.
Or potentially. They traded back. The Houston Texans have traded up to 14. So once again, like now teams are actively running away from the quarterbacks.
I do think if the Raiders take quarterback, they got to be really happy they signed Geno to that extension before they took a quarterback, because that feels like a thing that's just going to be a return to him being pissed off at the organization.
Yeah, right. All right, so the Bengals are on the clock. The Seahawks are in the hole, as it were. I'm not really worried about the Bengals sniping anybody. I would have been concerned with them if Donovan Izaraku was still on the clock. I think maybe that would be a potential there. The Bengals could be looking at other defensive linemen, though, if that's something the Seahawks are targeting here at 50. Again, back to best available players that might be attractive to the Seahawks, guys that they might have. Benjamin Morrison's interesting. He's got some medical issues as well, too, both in high school and last year, hip procedures, which for a corner would seem to be maybe one of the worst things that you could deal with. But a guy that without any medical issues would have been in the first round conversation as well. Some of these big edges we've talked about, Nick Scorton potentially, Darius Alexander. Again, we talked about him right before you joined us. I'd be pretty ecstatic with him at 50. I think he's kind of a do-it-all defensive lineman. Jeremiah's got him at 48 on his big board. Or one of the receivers. Kyle Williams, anyone?
I would like Kyle Williams.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think that he is underrated, but the stature, worries me just a little bit. But, in the NFL, you've got all sorts of guys. I think he could be successul.
How about Harold Fannin Jr.? Kind of an unorthodox, kind of an untraditional tight end build, sort of an awkward running style, which initially turned me off to him. But I saw some fullback reps and some of the blocking in Mobile that's really appealing. And you can't deny the production. You can't deny the run after the catch ability as well. Kevin Winston Jr. is a guy that I would have really liked in this range if they hadn't moved up to get Emmenary. And then some of the cornerbacks might be in play. I think Azariah Thomas is a guy they had in for a 30 visit. I thought he was the best man cover guy in Mobile the entire week. There's some questions about deep speed, but he just mirrors receivers and sticks with them. Yeah, there's still a lot of intrigue with what's left. And I think both of you are aware of how much I love Femi Oladejo and how much I think he just screams Seahawk in every way, not just need and fit, but also the character. Jeremiah's got him at 69 on his big board, but I wouldn't bat an eye if the Seahawks thought he was worth the 50th.
Yeah, if you're gonna look at any player between 50 and 82, you're gonna have to get him here, or drop back a little bit.
I think Ty Robinson might fit that mold too. I know they really like him.
I took a brief moment to evade Washington state liquor laws and missed a couple of picks potentially. Is Devin Izaraku still available?
He went at 44 to the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, that was in the range of picks that I missed.
Yeah, and then the Colts. So it was Mason Taylor to the Jets at 42, Alfred Collins to the 49ers at 43, Izaraku to the Cowboys at 44, JT Tuimoloau to the Colts at 45, Terrence Ferguson to the Rams, and then Will Johnson just went to the Cardinals. Texans pick is in. Bengals are on the clock. I would look, there's so many players left. I don't know if they can find a partner, but I'm cool moving back a little bit from 50 if the opportunity's there.
It'd be nice to get a sweet spot in the draft in between like 110 and 125, where that void there's going to be a hard wait on day 3.
Yeah, especially they gave
55.
up 82, right, in the Emmenary trade.
15 points,
yes.
Which would get you that would get you a high 5th. And right now they have 2 comp picks at the back of the 5th round, but it would get you to the top, conceivably to the top of the 5th round, based on the Rich Hill chart, which is my favorite to use. I thought it was really interesting, Schneider talking this week about how with the advent of analytics now and all these teams employ analytics departments, some teams, the Cleveland Browns have 11 guys in their analytics department now. They've certainly taken an analytic-driven approach to their draft this year. Other organizations have as few as 4, but they've all kind of come up with their own trade parameters now based on their data. And so all these teams that used to use the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, and Schneider admitted that that's the one that they used. Some of these other teams use the Rich Hill chart, or they make up their own, that they all have such different ways now of viewing trade value that might help explain why there's been so few trades this year.
Yeah. Yeah, no, right. They're just not getting the value that they used to get, for sure.
Yeah.
I think the Texans are going to take a tackle here.
They did.
Irsay.
Ariante Ursary. I think that's
okay.
great.
Oh man.
They basically blew their
Ursary.
entire offensive line out. Ursary's super intriguing. I mean, they move on from Laramie Tunsil there, obviously. He's 335 pounds, super long. And when I saw him in Mobile, I thought he can't stay at tackle, can he? But he can handle speed on the edge. I think he's got a legit chance to stay at left tackle, even at that size. He's a really, really intriguing athlete for a guy that big.
I was kind of with you, Dan, on not taking another offensive lineman early, but I think I would have made an exception for Ursary. I liked him quite a bit.
Yeah, especially if he might have the flexibility where he could flip over and play the right side as well.
Yeah.
Now there are going to be some fans, and I think we've seen some of them in the comments that are like, "Hey, at 50, take Tate Ratledge, just double down, or take Jared Wilson." And I've, as steadfast as I've been over the last month or two about, like, we just need one dude. And then I think you let the rest of that room play out with some of the recent draft picks. And I think the pieces are there. And then there's some guys in the third round that I like. I do want to target a tackle at some point, maybe somebody that could succeed Lucas if they move on from him next year. And then another interior guy that can maybe play center and guard. And I've got some notes on that in just a minute on a particular prospect. But I've softened my stance on that simply because if they, with John Benton, Rick Dennison, all the experience in that room, if they have conviction about a guy, if they feel like, even though I know that they're high on Oluwatimi, I am too, but they think Jared Wilson can be a better player than that, right? Or they think Tate Ratledge is a special player and they'll just let the chips fall where they may and let Haynes compete, then I'm okay with that if they are. I don't expect it here, but I wouldn't be as upset as maybe I thought I would be a couple of weeks ago. The Bengals are working the clock. They're still on the clock. This round's been moving really quickly. They must be talking to somebody. Maybe somebody's a little concerned that the Seahawks are going to take their guy.
They need they need a lot of things on the defensive side of the ball: edge, safety, linebacker, cornerback. So a lot of things in play here, I think.
What'd you say, Casey?
But how would you feel about Jalen Milroe here? I had this conversation with a friend of mine today.
Oh, I've see here. John says, is it too soon for Milroe? I think I've been pretty consistent on the Bengals pick is in. The Seahawks are on the clock. I've been pretty consistent about this. I think he has the highest ceiling of any quarterback in the draft, even as high as I am on Cam Ward. I think the timeline matches. He's not going to be a guy that would have any pressure to have to play in his first couple of years, which would fit in with the timeline here. And I think he's a guy that could give you an elite change of pace, like package guy. Clint Kubiak, one of the first questions he answered in his introductory press conference was about how good they were in New Orleans last year for all the issues they had there on the offensive line on third down. The Bengals take Demetrius Knight Jr. out of South Carolina, the linebacker. That's a great pick for them. But you talk about, like, and he mentioned Taysom Hill. He said that's why we were so good on third down. So if Jalen Milroe is a guy that you could use in the short term to do that while trying to develop and unlock that ceiling, even if he never becomes a starting quarterback, I think it's worth the risk of the 50th pick. And I would defend that pick adamantly.
They met with him, and
it's not my preference.
They met with him, and if they want him, they're going to have to get him in this range. Like, he's not going to be on the board when they pick later.
I don't think he's getting past that next round of Cleveland, New Orleans, maybe the Raiders, the Rams, at some point. Although, man, you remember that draft a few years ago, right? The Desmond Ridder, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Sam Howell draft. I remember every single round thinking, Howell's not going to go another. Right? He was talked about as a first round pick the year before. Like, certainly, okay, third round, okay, fourth round. One of these teams is nope. Okay, fifth. Like, I just couldn't believe he kept falling, but it's happening again.
I think the NFL.com comparison is Cordell Stewart, which is like, I think a pretty good 75th percentile outcome for Milroe. I mean, neither of you guys look young enough to not know who Cordell Stewart is.
No.
Like Cordell was
Thank you.
fine.
Thank
He was a great package guy, and yeah, that was. I mean, I think that's a great comparison. Personally, I know that the Taysom Hill stuff is going to be natural because Kubiak is the coordinator, but if he can become Cordell Stewart, that's to me worth a second-round pick.
Mookie Alexander from Field Goals just tweeted, NFL Network, which just went to break at pick number 48, goes to break for the Seahawks at 50, a tradition unlike any other.
Right.
Yes. Corbin
funny.
Smith says so many directions Seahawks can go here. So I think Siobhan Ravel would make a ton of sense here. I think he could absolutely be the pick. I think any of the receivers, I think if the Seahawks
love that pick.
If the Seahawks want to target a receiver in this range, they have to be ecstatic at the group. I thought the run would have started by now on receivers in this group.
There was a trade behind us too. The Panthers trade up to 51 with the Broncos.
Okay, you got that before me. I'm still showing the Broncos on the clock. Yeah, I would be. I think my favorite pick that they can make right now would be Siobhan Ravel. I think if, ACLs are nothing these days, if there weren't any complications from it, and he's a guy, even if he's not ready to go by the start of the season,
I agree.
He was a top 15 pick based on what he did in 2023 in the first 4 games of 2024. I think he had 3 pick sixes, and it's the way he comes up and hits in the run game, as well as the instincts as a corner. He's a bigger, longer corner. I think he's got Mike McDonald written all over him. Rob Staten said something about him yesterday. He says he's a guy that swears in his interviews, and that's an edge that I really like from certain players. I thought that was an interesting take.
If they draft Ravel, you think they could trade Woolen today or tomorrow?
Chris Clough, who may be joining us at some point today, longtime former beat writer for the Seahawks, has been on that train. I think it could very much be in play, especially if not by the end of today, tomorrow, because this cornerback group, once the run starts, like it drops off a cliff. If you want a bigger, longer, like a boundary corner, you got to take him today, because tomorrow all you're getting is maybe some projects and some smaller slot guys. Okay, come on, you guys. Oh, I'm at the ready. I've got my let's see. I've got my little chime here, my NFL draft tone.
Is there any way that they take a running back here, like a Caleb Johnson?
I mean, talk about a tradition like no other, right? If it takes a second round running back. And the Seahawks select Cam Skattebo.
Oh,
No,
I did say running back. I wasn't thinking Skattebo though.
I was joking.
Wow.
Thank you, because I'm in the sun. I can't really see the screen very well, and I was like, oh no, did they really? I might have to drop off to swear.
I can't. I just can't see.
Come on. The suspense is killing me, guys.
What would be your least favorite pick here?
Sean Alexander's reading the pick.
I think Josiah Stewart. We were talking about him just a minute ago. Elijah Arroyo is the pick.
Okay.
Wow.
Absolutely dynamic pass catching tight end. I mean, this guy runs routes like a receiver. Man, this is a fun draft so far. Elijah Arroyo had some injury issues, really didn't establish himself until last year, and then obviously became one of Cam Ward's top receiving targets. Wow. Dane Brugler has him as his 4th overall tight end, 6'5", 254, just turned 22 years old. He was an F tight end in offensive coordinator Shannon Dawson's RPO-based version of the air raid, lining up mostly in the slot and occasionally in line. He had just 16 combined targets over the first 3 seasons as he battled a knee injury, but then delivered a breakout 2024, leading the FBS in yards per catch among tight ends at 16.9. An awesome athlete at 250 pounds. He gets in and out of his breaks with efficiency and speed to consistently create separation, which makes him a threat to score anytime he touches the ball. This is as much as we wanted Noah Fant to kind of be that seam stretcher, athletic tight end. We've never really consistently seen that from him. but also he's in the second year of a deal and he counts $13 million against the cap, which is not a big deal right now. The Seahawks have $36 million available. So I think there'll be a lot of speculation now among fans of like, let's move on from Fant and save that money. You don't have to. There's absolutely no need to. I think as a complement to what they have, with AJ Barner being more of a traditional kind of two-way inline tight end, Fant, has gotten better as a blocker, so he can play that role as well. The guy that they brought in from the 49ers is more of an inline tight end. This is a guy that basically gives you, they haven't picked a wide receiver yet, but he can almost play in that role. I mean, dangerous in the passing game. And you think about now how the stress that this team can put in the passing game on opposing defenses with Jackson Smith-Njigba and Cooper Kupp, and now Elijah Arroyo joining AJ Barner and Noah Fant. This is a really fun pick. And they obviously are good with the medicals and the past knee history, because the Seahawks tend to shy away from guys that might have any medical red flags.
Super
I tend
fun.
to want them to get rid of Fant, to be honest. And I guess the reason is, I'm a little obsessed with roster construction, but if they're going to carry a fullback, I kind of think, and whether that's a tight end or not, I don't know if that guy's on the roster right now. And if they're going to carry a fullback, I feel like that guy has to come out of the tight end room, either as a tight end.
Well, did you see earlier, just 2 days ago, Casey? Actually, it was right before the draft started yesterday, I think. No, it was Wednesday. Somebody tipped me off to it during the draft day watch party. Brady Russell is being listed as a fullback now. The Seahawks have moved him to fullback, and he kind of he looks more like a fullback than a tight end. He's 6'3", 260. That could be their answer there. They've also,
but that still gives you 5 guys between those two positions, right? That's a lot to carry at those two positions in the modern NFL. Yep.
Great route runner, John McGrath. Wow. Overwhelmingly in the comments seems to be pretty overwhelmingly positive. Bill, I know you've got to go. I'm so glad you were able to be here and that we were able to get some action. We got the trade up. We got the 2 picks.
That was fantastic.
Adding Arroyo to what they have already. Grey Zabel, Emmenary. Give us your final thought on this draft so far.
Man, talk about knocking it out of the park. I mean, you take an upside pick here at 50, right? Arroyo didn't play much his first couple of years in college football, had the injuries unrelated to each other, but then comes on, really shines, had a great Senior Bowl. You saw him in action there. Yeah. Just a natural mover, a natural pass catcher. Also, big enough to kind of sell the blocking stuff too. He's going to be asked to do that in line occasionally. I think it's a great, like, number 2, number 3 long-term tight end in the room, and gives Kubiak that little extra weapon in 2 tight end packages, which they are going to use like 70% of the time. And so it's a great value pick at this spot in the draft. I like it.
41 on Dane Brugler's big board, and he goes at 50. He is, I'm looking on, he's 51 on Daniel Jeremiah's. So right there in the range he was supposed to go. A lot of intrigue. Kubiak plays some 13 personnel too. He'll lean heavily into his tight ends. And certainly at some point we need to see a receiver, but he's a guy that certainly helps you there. All right. Thank you, Bill.
All right.
Appreciate you as always. And take care, go Hawks, and have fun at your dinner party tonight.
And nice to meet you, Casey.
Nice to meet you, Bill.
Good luck on your show, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I will need it.
All right. See you.
Let's get into some of these comments, Casey, because I can see, like, I would have been able to anticipate that this would be a little bit of a polarizing pick among the fan base. Some confusion. Fans, I run into this a lot. You probably get a lot of this feedback too, that fans tend to think this year only, the current roster only. So I'm getting a lot of like, why are we trading Noah Fant? Why tight end so early? There's quite a bit of that. Don't like the 3rd pick at all, but I love the 2nd pick. To the second one, I would say if you don't like this pick, you probably don't know the player very well. And once you get to know the player very well, you're going to like the pick a lot. He's also, from everything I've read and heard and the scouting reports I've read, like A+ character, hard worker, all those things. They loved him down there in Miami. He was one of those players that was credited with, along with Cam Ward, obviously, of kind of turning that program around and putting him back, sort of restoring some of that past glory. When you look at the tight end position, We love what AJ Barnum did for us, but what's the rest of the room look like? Joe Schaubert, is that his name? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. That they got
I'm not sure either.
From the 49ers. Like he's a good role player. He's a guy that Clint Kubiak's familiar with from his year in San Francisco, but he's a 31-year-old, 1-year contract journeyman free agent, right? Not even guaranteed to make the roster, although he probably will with the connections with Kubiak. And then Noah Fant, who's in the last year of his deal and he's making $13 million, probably not going to be re-signed beyond this year. Clint Kubiak plays as much 12 and 13 personnel as any coordinator in the league. So, but even without that, the Seahawks have almost always carried 3 tight ends and sometimes 4. So it absolutely is a need. And then also, when you talk about why tight end so early, best player available, value.
Yeah.
Right? Take the best player on the board that you believe fits a need. Certainly, John Schneider talks about they work need into their draft grade. They don't just do it in a vacuum. But the player on the board at that spot that you think has the best chance to be a great player. And
I heard you talking. I heard you talking earlier about about if the Zabel and Emmenary picks were swapped, they would almost be like best player available at those spots. Because that's my only frustration with the Zabel pick, because I think it was pretty clearly not the best player available, and in that way, it felt like they were pushed into a corner, like when they drafted Charles Cross, which has worked out great. And I think this pick is going to be good. I think Zabel's going to be good. But yeah, I'm best player available all the time, and I'm upside over floor almost all the time, ceiling over floor almost all the time for me.
Same. I'm like, tell me what a player can do, not what he can't do. Trust your coaches. If you show it to me once, I know you can do it. And so then it's my job as a coach to get you to do it all the time. Right. And that's, when you watch Elijah Arroyo and you put on the tape and you watch him at the Senior Bowl and you see the separation ability. And also he's, there are those that are going to say, oh, he's a pass catching tight end. Well, he can't block. No, he's pretty good. He's not an elite. He's not an elite blocker, but he's not going to hurt you there either. Let me see. Just looking at some of the specs: 6'5", 250, 33-inch arms, 82-inch wingspan. Didn't do all of the testing at the combine. I think he was nursing an injury at the time. The injury thing is a concern. I had somebody say he's a walking Band-Aid here in the comments. Yeah, he didn't become a full-time starter until last year at Miami. He had some knee issues. But the Seahawks are as conservative as any organization in the NFL at drafting guys that they don't believe are going to be durable. And so if they had any question about his ability to stay healthy and be on the field and be available, they wouldn't take him this high in the draft. They obviously have some conviction that he's a guy that they can trust. Unfortunately, hang on. Do I have this? Hang on. Hold on. I need this. The first time we're going to hear this today. The Tennessee Titans at 52, just 2 picks after the Seahawks take Elijah Arroyo, take Olufemi Oladejo, the edge player out of UCLA. He was one of my absolute must-have guys in this draft. A-plus character, Seahawk through and through. I thought he fit a need. He's a guy that just consistently rose. Former off-ball linebacker, converted to edge last year, really blew up at the Senior Bowl. He was kind of ranked in that 90 range, kept moving up. He will not be a Seahawk. I'm a little bit bummed about that. And then this is interesting. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 53 take Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback out of Notre Dame. So Benjamin Morrison, a guy who's had 2 hip surgeries in his career as a corner, goes before Will Johnson. Like, that knee thing must be really not just accurate and legitimate, but severe.
Yeah, it's there's this trend, I think, of off-ball linebackers converting to edge that I'm kind of curious if you have some thoughts on, because it made me worried when I heard about. I assumed Jalen Walker would start to get mocked to the Seahawks, and then ended up getting, his stock went so high that it really didn't. There was never a period. He went from like late first rounder to early first rounder, skipping over the Seahawks completely. I was worried about an Aaron Curry type tweener, but then as I've like consumed a bunch of stuff this year. Obviously, like Micah Parsons was an off-ball linebacker. Abdul Carter was an off-ball linebacker at a point. You talked about Giot Campbell at a point being an option that would have maybe moved to edge more often anyway. What is that something that's going on in the last like 10, 15 years since Aaron Curry?
I think it has to do with just, modern offenses now, how they're attacking defenses, that the old school middle linebackers, the off-ball linebackers, they're not developing them in college like they used to. And that so many times, like it's like 3 or 4 years in a row now, right, that we've gone into a draft and we've heard it's a less than inspiring inside linebacker group, right?
Mm-hmm.
And primarily because they're just not developing the instincts to really be able to read and react and come up and make plays. And I attribute a whole bunch of that to like the advent of spread offenses and air raid in college. Like they don't have to come forward very often. And so they're dropping back and covering. And so linebackers now, those 240-pound guys, if you're 6'3", 240, that used to kind of be the preferred build for a Mike linebacker. Well, now you're too slow. Now you can't drop back and drop into hook zone, and you can't cover guys coming out of the backfield. And so, okay, well, if that guy can move forward and he's got some explosive traits and he's built like that, well, that makes more sense at edge. I just think it's kind of the evolution of the position where even middle linebackers now, Ernest Jones is 225 pounds, 230 pounds on a good day, but he's playing middle linebacker with the green dot coming up and taking on blocks. Because there's such a premium on having to cover now. So if you are bigger, like Demetrius Knight was a guy that just went 5-6 picks ago. He's kind of a throwback, a little bit different in that range, where he's 6'3", 6'2", 235. You just don't see those guys that often anymore. There's some guys later in the draft. Danny Stutzman is a good example of a guy, or a guy like Cody Lindenberg from Minnesota. If you're a tall, long linebacker like KJ Wright, probably if KJ Wright was coming out today, some team would take him and make him an edge player. They probably wouldn't keep him an inside linebacker.
Man, that would be very intriguing if you could get a young KJ Wright and play him at edge from the beginning of his career.
Oh, those long arms.
Yeah.
The Green Bay Packers go Anthony Belton, offensive tackle, North Carolina State. Let's check in on kind of best available and see what that looks like as we look ahead. Now John Schneider's going to have to sit and wait and watch all these players go off the board over the next 25. But
so
hey,
you think anyway.
The farther down you get, and we did this, I don't know if you were on with us yet or not, but if you get down to to move up from 80 to, let's just say there's a guy at the bottom of the second round. And he and Howie Roseman have a great relationship. He talked about it on his show the other day, where they have a really open dialogue, and they're the possibility of them doing some deals is pretty strong. Let's say Roseman wants to bail out of 64, right? If Mike Green's not there, because that would just be the most Howie Roseman pick of all time, is to just wait and scoop him up. But let's say the Seahawks want to move from 82 up to 64 to close out the second round because there's a guy that they love. It's only a 26-point jump, which would cost you your fourth rounder and maybe a future 5. Like the farther down in the draft you go, the cheaper it gets. If you get into the third round, you just want to move up to 70 with New Orleans, maybe. It's a 14-point jump. You could do that with your fourth rounder. You could do that by packaging your 2 fifths, your 2 comp picks. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. I think it's probably more likely to think that might happen again than that John Schneider is going to sit and watch 30 picks go by and watch names come off of his board. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you so much for the super thanks. Always love your support. Between Zabel and Emmenary, Dana, he's talking about Dana O'Gorman, my former Field Goals co-host, has to be dancing in her living room. I saw their reaction from the Real Hawk Talk crew last night to the Grey Zabel pick, and it was like they won the lottery. Same with the Seahawkers pod. Those guys, Adam and Clinton and Brandon, who were doing a live draft show over the Quilceda Creek casino with a bunch of Seahawks on hand. They got to interview Earl Thomas. They were having a great time. It was like Christmas. It was like they just won the lottery. Can you remember?
Off topic with the draft. Did you see the Chris Egan Earl Thomas interview?
A little bit from the Motel 6 in Federal. I don't know where they shot that thing. but
it's a Comfort Inn, I believe, because I looked it up. I think it's about
really,
$85 a night, and I was like, oh man, Earl, I don't know if that's like you're a down to earth guy or if it's really going bad. That was it was nice to see him talk. I've it's been a long time since we've seen him publicly, but boy, Comfort Inn for a former NFL player.
So I've so many. First of all, has Earl Thomas fallen on hard issues in his personal life? Right. He's gone
Right.
through a pretty contentious divorce. So, some of that nest egg might not be what it used to be. I think he's a guy that probably spent pretty lavishly on himself, just knowing his personality during his playing career. But also, like, did the Seahawks not pick up the tab?
Well,
Like,
was it
did
a
they
Seahawks
book the
sponsored event? Because that was kind of my wonder.
he was at the it wasn't the official draft party that was held at the EMP, I think.
Mhm.
But it was a Seahawks sanctioned event because there were a bunch of current players that were there.
Oh, gotcha.
So I don't know if he came out on his own ticket or what, but whether it was the Seahawks or Cool Cedar Creek that brought him out, like, come on, this guy's a
that's the kind of place
borderline
I
Hall of
stay.
Fame player. You got to do a little better than the Comfort Inn, right?
Yeah, this is like a comedy opener type of hotel room that he was staying in.
Yeah, they could have at least maybe picked a different angle to shoot it so it looked a little better. We've all seen those curtains, right?
I know. When I saw the big the P-Tech air conditioner, I was like, "Oh no, Earl! Please, Earl!"
John McGrath says, "Yeah, there goes Femi. Sorry, Dan. They know. If you know, you know. If you've been watching the show for any length of time, you know about my love affair with Femi Oladejo." Yeah, Chuck says Rob Staten had Arroyo as his third best tight end, and I keep saying it wrong. It's not Arroyo. That's my default because we've seen so many baseball players come along. It's Arroyo, like yo-yo. Arroyo is the way it's pronounced.
I might never say that right one time.
According to Daniel Jeremiah, who I trust. So, yeah. So now we get to just kind of focus on the rest of the draft. Like, let's see what's going on here. Let's check back in, shall we?
Do you think Mike Green is fully off their board? If he falls to 92, do you think he's fully off their board, basically?
Yep. Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I do, which is a shame because, someone with that skill set, I think he's a guy that they might have tried to trade up for if he was a clean prospect. I wonder if the wide receiver run starts now. Trey Harris comes off the board, goes to the Chargers. What a great fit there to go along with I'm blanking on his name, the kid out of Georgia who had the great rookie year and caught 100 balls. And
Lad McConkey.
Yeah, McConkey, who's more of a middle of the field guy, but Trey Harris, just a pure boundary receiver. That's the Chargers finally maybe fixing a long-standing issue there at the wide receiver position. The Bears, how many picks do the Bears have now? My God, they're on the clock again. Now you joined us late, but can I catch you up on what the Bears have done?
Sure, yeah.
So obviously yesterday they go Colston Loveland at 10 to add to that group already. They went out and were really aggressive in building up that offensive line to give Caleb Johnson some protection. They go Colston Loveland, elite pass catching tight end at 10. And then they come back today. They address the defense with the first pick of the day with Carson Schwessinger, who I think is a really clean prospect, a guy that I like. Then they come back. No. I'm sorry. That's the Cleveland Browns. Then the Bears at 39 go Luther Burden III.
I like Luther Burden.
To pair with Adunze as kind of a gadget player, like yards after the catch. He can take it out of the backfield a little bit.
Is that going to be the Amon-Ra St. Brown of that team?
Yeah, good. And then what else? There was something else they did. Hold on. Okay, now I'm not catching up with. Let's go teams here.
I was listening, but I was also battling.
Oh yeah, no, it's just Burden so far, but the pick is in here, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go offense again and go running back here to pair with DeAndre Swift.
Did they trade out of one of their picks? Didn't they have 39 and 41?
They did. They moved back.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
And then, this quarterback thing is just getting really fascinating. And I'll tell you something else. So the Raiders are in the hole. The Lions are on the clock. The Raiders sit there at 58. they, the speculation, we talked about it earlier, Bill and I did, that Shadur Sanders might be a good fit there. In fact, one of the most common pro comps that I see of Shadur Sanders is a slightly shorter Geno Smith. Like, I can see that kind of a similar game. But I think if the Raiders want to take a young quarterback to groom behind Geno, I don't even think it's Shadur Sanders. I think it's Will Howard.
Yeah, and it always kind of felt to me like the Raiders were the only real like natural fit for Sanders because the relationship with Tom Brady, and I think Pete Carroll's pretty good at dealing with a little bit of the noise and letting guys be themselves. But yeah, it's looking pretty rough for Shadur at this point.
But with Howard, you've got none of those questions. Like, he's an A+ character, A+ leader and communicator, who just got better every year he was in college. Had an unbelievable run through the college football playoff, playing against, the best defenses they saw all year and rising to the occasion. He's an A+ leader, and he played for Chip Kelly, who was the offensive coordinator there now. Like, to me, that I could, could Shadur be the 6th quarterback taken in this class? I mean, we're getting into,
that's interesting.
We're getting into epic, historically relevant territory here with a guy that was projected to go as high as 2nd in the draft. And, a couple months ago was in the conversation for maybe the first pick overall in Tennessee. So we're midway through the second round. And where's his landing spot?
I know there's a lot of conversation about his dad, obviously, Dion, and how that affects his draft stock. And there's been speculation both directions. Like, if his name wasn't Sanders, he'd be picked number 1 overall. And if his name wasn't Sanders, he wouldn't even be in the conversation for the first round. Where do you fall? Like, which of those do you think is closer to accurate? It's probably somewhere in the middle, but like, if it was on a spectrum, which side is he on?
Oh, I think if his dad is not Deion Sanders, I think he's never talked about as a first round prospect, just based on the tape. I think we're sitting here middle of the second round going, maybe Sanders is in play here. He's a nice player. Yeah, I think without the name, I don't think he's in the first round conversation at all. I don't think his game warrants it.
Yeah, it's almost like it's pushed him to the other side where it got him in the discussion for the first round. It also might be what moves him to the 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah, right. Ironically.
Yeah.
Hang on one second here. Got to send a link to another special guest we're going to have joining us here in a moment.
Anything to stop scraping the bottom of the barrel with me is
yeah, I've had enough, man. I gotta get someone in here. Hang on. Keith Myers is going to be joining us here in just a moment. Also from the Seahawks Playbook podcast. Keith does a lot of really good work in researching the draft, and in particular, he's kind of an expert when it comes to offensive linemen. So I can't wait to hear his thoughts on the Zabel.
Oh yeah.
Not just the Zabel pick, but also kind of what he would like to see happen the rest of the way. So just sent him that link. Hold on one second. Let him know.
If you're based on the strengths of what's left in the draft, what would your top position the target be at 92?
I'll tell you the thing that's 82. We still have 80. No, they traded 82. Jesus.
Yeah, they have 92, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This in some ways, unless they move down, maybe pick up something else from there. In some ways, this is starting to remind me slightly of 2 years ago. It's not the same because the starters are locked in. The starters we love. It's the defensive line. We love Jaron Reed. We love Byron Murphy, Leo Williams. But there's nothing behind those guys right now. And you need 2 or 3 more to rotate in. Mike Morris can, the vision for him was he could play some inside and outside, but he didn't take a step forward at all last year, which really surprised me. They just released Cameron Young. Quentin Bohanna is like the only other guy on the roster, and he's like a practice squad nose tackle type. This is a strong defensive tackle group, strong defensive line group. Daniel Jeremiah says he has 25, 26 starter grades at that position in this draft. That's twice as many as normal. So you can tap into some of that. But I remember going to bed after the 3rd round that year thinking we had massive needs on the defensive line and we hadn't addressed it yet. And then they take Young and Morris later that day. It'd make me a little bit nervous if they don't address that today. And now with only 1 pick remaining, 92 would seem to be a sweet spot for that, but also wide receiver. I'm not as concerned about corner now because I think Emmenary impacts that. I think it kind of frees up Devin Witherspoon to play more outside. I like that they brought Shaq Griffin in for a visit. I think that makes a lot of sense as like a cheap veteran to bring him back again. He's still just 28 years old, played really well for the Vikings last year. So you can kind of hedge there. And plus, Pritchett from last year, I think still has some upside. I think it's defensive line. And maybe a guy like Ty Robinson fits in there, Josh Farmer from Florida State, Jamari Caldwell from Oregon. I think the thing that would make me feel the most comfortable wrapping this thing up at the end of today, going into day 3 without a lot of stress, is defensive line. How about you?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, I would love to see an edge rusher, but if now that you're down a pick, I don't know if I feel as strongly about it. I like Elijah Roberts out of SMU. I don't know if that's too early for him, but a guy that's like can probably play. He's like a little bit of the Draymond Jones kind of tweener build that I think could play both potentially.
Another guy that I really like and have mocked many times to the Seahawks in about this. Well, actually, this is early. I would mock him sometimes at 82 or 92, but Ozzie Trapilo, the offensive tackle from Boston College. I'm hoping that they take a tackle at some point in this draft. Ideally, it's a guy that can maybe feel comfortable playing both sides, like a young swing tackle to develop and kind of hedge against both those sides. I know they signed Josh Jones, but it's a 1-year deal. But ultimately a guy that can maybe succeed Abe Lucas if they move on from him and don't sign him after this year. Trapilo is a guy that I really like. I like his play style. He's really tough. He's really long. It's a great pick. The Bears are absolutely killing, I think, not just this draft, but the entire offseason process. Like, you go get Ben Johnson, you attack the offensive line, you've added some weapons today, you add a middle linebacker as well. Like, your best chance to be good right away is to lean into Ben Johnson and give him the tools, right? To be able to try to replicate what he had in Detroit. My goodness, what the Bears are doing here. And there goes Tate Ratledge to the Detroit Lions. How much sense does that fit make? Right? The Lions just keep doing it. They move on.
The Bears pick. I feel like Ray Charles right now because I'm like, I can't see my screen and it's sunny out. And
the Bears took Trapilo from Boston.
Got it. Okay, I was saying that for 92.
And then the Lions took Ratledge. They let Kevin Zeitler walk. So Ratledge, you just plug him in there, and the Lions just keep doing Lions things. That's a brilliant pick for them. And then the Las Vegas Raiders took about 2 seconds to get their pick in at 58. So again, this is when we're thinking about quarterback here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and you got to think if they pick someone, if they draft a quarterback that's not Shedeur Sanders, this fall could last quite a while. I mean, it feels like it might last into day 3.
Yeah. The Tez says, in Seattle, injury-prone, old, even young injury-prone players, what the fuck that ever going to change? I don't know what he's talking about, except maybe he's talking about Arroyo's injury history. But again, as I said earlier, the Seahawks are as conservative as it gets. If they weren't satisfied with his medicals, that wouldn't have been the pick. Let's bring Keith Myers from the Seahawks Playbook Podcast into the draft room. How you doing, my friend?
Good. It's been a while, Dan. Good to hear your voice.
It has been a while. Some interesting picks here in the last couple. Don't know if you've kept up. The Bears just continue to add smart picks to the offense, taking Ozzie Trapilo, the offensive tackle out of Boston College, and then the Lions take about 2 seconds to add Tate Ratledge to their offensive line. Like that's a perfect. That's like a hand in glove. And then the Raiders took about 2 seconds to take Jack Besh, receiver out of TCU. Him. Geno Smith is going to really like throwing to Jack Besh there. Now, you think about that combination. Now you got Brock Bowers and Jack Besh, and then Ashton Genty. Like, they're building a pretty fun offense down there to surround Geno Smith with.
Do they have anyone who can block for any of those guys?
They do, Colton Miller, but it doesn't sound like they want him anymore. So yeah, that's the next question. Like, they got to start leaning pretty heavily into offensive linemen here at some point in this draft. My goodness.
Yeah, because they're getting themselves loaded up with a lot of skill position players. But we saw this last year in Seattle, right? If you can't block up front, it doesn't matter how good your receivers and your running backs are.
Yeah,
the offense doesn't work well.
Well, let's talk about blocking up front. Offensive line is, by the way, Casey, Keith. Don't know if you guys know each other. Casey,
Hi, Keith.
How's it going?
Casey with the Poor Sports podcast. Also a stand-up comedian. He's sitting in his car as he gets ready to go to Portland and do a stand-up show tonight. So at some point today, Casey, you got to start being funny. Okay.
I know. Jeez.
Like my viewers are going to demand it. Keith, offensive line has always kind of been your sweet spot and your specialty. Yep. So, really excited to hear your thoughts on the Seahawks taking Grey Zabel at 18 last night.
Oh my God, I freaking love that pick. It's one of those things where it made so much sense. I just assumed it would never happen.
Right.
But Grey Zabel's kind of been my obsession this whole draft process because he's so athletic. Like he's a guy that he was a tackle. I mean, yeah, he played guard and stuff when he was an underclassman, but he was their left tackle. But he just doesn't have the length to play tackle in the NFL. So they're going to move him inside. He's probably going to end up as a center because it's kind of his best position as far as athletic profile and whatever. And it's the best place for his arm length and, that kind of issue. But he was just a guy with the size and athleticism of a left tackle. But because of some shorter arms is going to be inside. I think they got a steal. I mean, some people were going to be like, 18, it's way too early. But honestly, he's the guy they want. You don't get cute. You don't try and trade down to 23 and hope no one takes him before you get back on the clock again. Just if it's the guy you want, you just take it. And I love that pick. I like Zabel's going to be great. I have a lot of confidence that he's going to be really good at the next level.
Nice. I mean, Keith's been right about a lot of things concerning the offensive line and draft prospects. So if any of you were uncertain about Grey Zabel, maybe that'll help you out a little bit. And then I read a tweet earlier from Seahawk Nerd. I thought this was really great perspective looking at the big picture. He said if Nick Emmenary, the safety out of South Carolina, had been the pick at 18, and Grey Zabel, and they had traded up to get Grey Zabel at 34. If you flip-flop those guys in that scenario, it lines up almost perfectly with where both those players were on the consensus big board. And so, if there is anybody that's concerned about value or not, that kind of takes care of that. I listened to you and Bill talk about safeties the other day, but I can't really recall the discussion about Emmenary, but your thoughts on the Seahawks trading up, giving up the 82nd pick to move, or was it the 92nd? No, it was the 82nd pick.
82nd.
To move up and get Nick Emmenary, a guy that I'm sure we're going to hear tonight in the post-draft press conference because I think Schneider kind of almost let this slip yesterday. I think they're going to tell us that they had a first-round grade on Nick Emmenary, the fit there.
So athletically, this dude is a freaking unicorn. His size, his speed, his just like everything about his athleticism, it just doesn't come around very often. This guy is size-wise, he's Cam Chancellor, but with a lot of speed, a lot of speed. He can play in the at the deep safety. He's better in the box. He's not completely refined. He has some work to do to refine his technique and get better. So there's other safeties that went sooner because they could step in and be instantly good, where this guy's going to need to he's going to need to learn some and work his way in there. But he has the highest ceiling of any safety in the last, 5 years, because he's just that athletic and just athletically such a unicorn.
So there's a little bit of lack of consensus. Different scouts have different views of him. Some say he can cover pretty well on the back end. Others, like Daniel Jeremiah, says that's not really what you want him doing. You want him closer to the line of scrimmage. What role do you envision Mike McDonald using him in?
Well, this year I kind of expect him to be just in kind of a versatile. He's going to be up in the box, covering tight ends, covering running backs, filling holes in the running game and that kind of stuff. And I think that over time, we're going to see him taking on a lot of different roles and moving around the way Kyle Hamilton did in Baltimore, and where he was just a weapon that they lined him up all over the field. And I think that that's the kind of guy they've got. It's he's not going to be that on day one. I think people need to be prepared for it to be him to be brought along a little slower. But by this time next year, he's going to be just flat out amazing.
Well, and he doesn't have to be day one, right? I mean, the Seahawks we like Julian Love, we like Kobe
Yeah.
Bryant, we
Yeah.
might finally see the best of Jarek Reed this year. You can just play him in situations because there isn't a pressing need for him there. Seahawks fan 72 says, I count at least 4 players now that would have been better picks, in her opinion, than tight end was at 50. I expected tight end to be in play in the second round. Elijah Arroyo was I think, pretty generally, if not universally, considered by most to be top 4, although Terrence Ferguson goes ahead of him in this scenario. Your thoughts on Elijah Arroyo?
So Arroyo's a guy that if you look at his stats and some of that, it's not that impressive, right? There's clearly some disconnect between the crazy athleticism that he's shown and what he did at the Senior Bowl, where he was like the best tight end there, one of the better players, had one of the better weeks of any player at the Senior Bowl. But then you compare that to his production, in college, and you're like, okay, what's the disconnect there? Because I think this is more of a potential pick than it is truly a draft a guy to come in and make an impact.
Yeah, I love the player, and that's I think my view of not just scouting but just draft value and draft process has evolved over the last few years. I used to get hung up on things too, like where players matched up with other people's big boards and what you see on the national stage and things like that. I remember the Bruce Irvin pick, being pissed off just like most fans were that that's a reach. He wasn't supposed to go at 17. He was a top of the second, late first guy. That's terrible value. I don't care about any of that anymore because teams have such different ideas now about what they're looking for. We were talking about this a little bit before you hopped on, and John Schneider mentioned it in his pre-draft press conference about how the role that analytics plays now, and teams all use them in different ways, and they have different ideas about what fit and scheme fit and what type of player, what type of personality they're looking for. That all I care about is that a team has conviction about a player. That regardless of need or where you think he's supposed to go on the big board, that you take a player, that you take the player when you're on the clock. You take the player that you think has the best chance to be a great player, that fits what you're looking for, and that you have conviction about, and then let the rest fall. I've removed the word reach from my vocabulary. We'll let time tell, but I trust coaches and I trust GMs now. If they're proven wrong, fine, and I'll be the first to criticize it when we look back in a year or two. But I think when you look at the changes that John Schneider and his staff have made in their draft approach since 2020, there's some clear shifts in how they've gone about picking their prospects. I think you look at the roster and where those guys have come from, and the bulk of it from the last 3 drafts. You have to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt when you look at what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, they have made some shifts, and I think they needed to and make some shifts because things weren't. The things that worked really well when Pete Carroll and John Schneider first joined Seattle weren't working. They just weren't working anymore. They had some really bad drafts in there. And so they made some changes. And one of the things that they did was they shifted to higher character guys, that they weren't going to compromise in terms of the mental aspect of things just to get at the athlete. And it's done them well. I mean, Kobe Bryant's kind of the perfect guy to bring that up, because athletically he was not the most gifted guy. And he struggled his rookie year. He couldn't get on the field his second year, and then suddenly he's now a starting safety and played really, really damn well last year.
Yeah.
It took time for him to find a position and find a role, but he's such a high character guy, such a hard working guy, that he just carved out a role for himself and then started to excel in it.
Casey's got to get going. Casey, before you go, tell people again that might be in the Portland area where you'll be appearing tonight. First of all, let's take care of that.
Helium Comedy Club, 8 and 10 p.m. tonight and tomorrow, opening for Ronan Hirschberg in the Neon Room. And can I ask a question and I'll take my answer off the air?
Yeah, but I have one more thing for you if you have
Okay,
two
fine.
minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on to your question. Give us a sneak preview. Tell us a joke, Casey. Just tell us a joke.
Okay, the way I open, the joke I'm opening with now is I say I have a 5-year-old daughter at home that I love very much. I have a 1-year-old daughter at home that I just started to like a little bit recently. That's like the opening joke to get the first laugh as quick as I possibly can.
It reminds me of an old joke. I don't remember the comedian, but he was talking about the movie Poltergeist and how they stayed in the house and dealt with all of that because their daughter got sucked into the TV, and they're like, she was only like 3 years. She was only like 3 years old. Like, how attached can you be?
Yeah, I have a little monster at home that I'm 150 miles away from, and I'm not unhappy about it at the moment. I'll be
your question for me, and then you can take it off the air, sir.
Yeah, it's for both you and Keith, because
Yeah.
I was thinking about, as you guys were talking about Emmenary some more, I wonder what Cam Chancellor's career would have been like if he got drafted by another team. It felt like a perfect pairing of coach and player. And I'm curious if you think there's a similar synergy between Mike McDonald and Nick Emmenary. And I'll take my answer off the air. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night. Drive safe. I will talk to you later.
You got it. And then we got to get some really interesting things that are happening on the draft here. Thanks, Casey. Really appreciate it. Have a good show tonight.
That's a good question. That is a good question.
It really is. And I think it's a similar potential scenario with Emmenary. I have so much faith and belief in Mike McDonald and just how his brain works and how smart he is and how committed he is to being great and his vision, that for him to have conviction about Nick Emmenary, for them to give up significant draft capital and move up and get him, that I think he has a role in mind. I think he has a vision for him. And I think it may be because he's not a completely, there's some scouts who are split on him. He's not a universally accepted, can't miss prospect, that Mike McDonald might be one of the spots he could have gone to in the league that gives him the best chance to reach his ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely. And his point about Cam Chancellor, but going to another spot, like he came into Pete Carroll, who was a fantastic defensive backs coach, right? He knew how to scout him, knew how to coach him, hired people to handle the day-to-day stuff, but that's who he was. But it was also a system that worked really perfectly for him. He wasn't expecting to be on the back third. He could be up around the line of scrimmage. He could use his physicality and size, and they brought him on a blitz, like up the middle or around the edge occasionally, just because he was such a good athlete, even though he didn't have like that top end speed. But he was also a super high character guy.
Yeah. And he's a leader. He's an alpha.
Yeah. In a room full of alphas, he was the guy in charge. He was the guy that everybody looked to.
If he hadn't hurt his neck, I'm not so sure he's not still playing in some capacity, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think, we talked about how, some scouts feel like, covering deep isn't Emmenary's strength. Well, that was kind of the knock or the assumption on Chancellor early. Some of that might have just been sort of contrived perception because he was so big and bulky. But, who can forget the pick six in the Carolina playoff game against Cam Newton? Like, he had instincts and he could cover too. He was such a great player. It's such a shame that his career came to such an end. We got to catch up on a couple of things. The Baltimore Ravens just doing Baltimore Ravens things, just sitting and letting the draft come to them and letting value come to them. The Mike Green, who was projected on talent alone after the Senior Bowl to potentially be a top 15 pick, pushed down the board by the off the field stuff, goes 59 to the Baltimore Ravens. They end up getting unquestionably the most explosive edge in this class. We'll see if they can get the most out of him. And then some other players that have come off the board that I think would have been in play for the Seahawks that they might have liked. Trey Amos, the corner out of Ole Miss. I really liked him. Chicago Bears are on the clock again, making like their 27th selection of the draft, it feels like. And then we're just a couple of picks away from the end of the second round. We've got, let's go back here. Robert Hale, thank you for the super chat. Time for a nose tackle or defensive tackle to free up Byron Murphy. We were talking about this right before he came on. Casey asked me, like, we only have one pick left today. It's 92. What would you prefer them to use it on? And the position right now, as we sit here today, especially giving up some assets, is they released Cam Young yesterday. They have nothing else on the roster behind the starters, right? We all love Jaron Reed. We love Byron Murphy. We love Leo Williams. It's Quentin Bohanna and maybe Mike Morris, but he didn't show us that he was capable of taking a step forward last year. We didn't see him advance at all. Are you getting a little bit nervous that they haven't addressed the interior defensive line yet? Or do you feel good enough about the depth of this class? Daniel Jeremiah says it has about twice as many starter grades as a normal defensive tackle class.
I mean, it actually does. But to me, it's not just defensive tackle; it's nose tackle, right? It's not
right.
Guy can't be 305, and a 3.5 tech. They've got to be able to play a 0 or 1 tech and be 335. Last year in their draft, there was one guy that you could trust
It
to
was
come in and be a
Andre
starter.
Sweat, and that was it.
Yeah. And then after that, there was like some guys you might take a flyer on in the 5th or the 7th or 6th round, somewhere in there. This year, there's a bunch of guys, and
Great point.
And so I'm okay with that. I'm a little disappointed that Cam Young didn't work out. I thought there was a lot there to work with, but man, that kid just could not stay healthy, and that's too bad.
To your point, way more like 320 plus defensive tackles in this class than we've seen in quite some time. And while many of those guys aren't like pure nose tackles, they can do nose tackle things. Just kind of going down the list, guys that are still available. Jordan Phillips out of Maryland, Josh Farmer out of Florida State.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Darius Alexander is still on the board. Now he's not a nose tackle, but in a pinch he can help out there. Just really loved. He was one of the most dominant players the entire week in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. But then you get down. The other thing about the nose tackle role that you're talking about, those guys typically tend to be available later because they're early down, more limited players. So there's some value there. JJ Pegues, who could also be an answer at fullback, 325 pounds. CJ West from Indiana. We can talk about the two Florida guys. I was really impressed with Cameron Jackson down in Mobile at 340 pounds, like moves better than a guy that you would think at that weight can. Jamari Caldwell's another guy that I've seen a lot in the comments today that people are aware of. What is your take on Desmond Watson out of Florida? 6'5", 464 pounds.
Okay.
Like, obviously, he's not an every down player. He ran a 5.9 40. I'm not so sure I couldn't do that myself in my old age. Is he a viable NFL player at that weight?
No.
There you go.
I mean, he's a guy that I think if you want to have a look at him, sign him as an undrafted free agent, and ask him to lose, help him lose 50 pounds, 60 pounds,
right?
And get down into the, even if he's at like 370, like that's still huge, even for the NFL. But he would gain athleticism by losing that weight. But you know what? A guy that's huge would be hard to move in that middle. And you're looking for a guy that can come in, be your nose on short yardage and not get moved back. The guy's freaking huge. But yeah, at over 400 pounds, I'm actually really not interested.
Right. Now with that depth, the lack of depth that we talked about, there's a need to add multiple defensive linemen. And maybe you can just get that run stuffing pure nose tackle later in the draft. But one guy that I'm interested to get your thoughts on that might be in play if he's still there when they come around in the 3rd round, it might be a little dicey. It's kind of the precise round that I see him projected in. But we know the Seahawks they had him in for a 30 visit. They've met with him before. I've heard from people that they really like Ty Robinson out of Nebraska, another guy that impressed me. Now, he's not a nose tackle, but he's one of those guys, 290, 295 pounds. He can play just about any position up and down the line, something that Mike McDonald values in his defense. And he can do nose tackle things in a pinch. What's your evaluation of Ty Robinson?
So, sorry, I had something going on. Like I tried to click on a draft profile and it was just like blaring in my ear. No, so he's a 5 tech in this scheme. I think a guy that basically he would be Williams's kind of backup initially. And then you could see, trying to figure out how to work him in with the rotation. And I think he was a 5 tech guy that could play the 3, but at 295, he's not going to hold up as well against the run at the 3, where you got a center and a guard at you. And so moving him over to the 5, I think that would be the better spot for him. But he's explosive. He's got that first step to get into a gap and cause problems. And I like that first step. I mean, that was what made Michael Bennett so good.
Yeah.
Was he didn't have top end speed, but his first step was so quick and powerful that he could get into a gap before anyone moved. And I mean, this is kind of the same idea.
The other thing about Robinson that I admire is like you just don't ever have to worry about effort with him. Like he's an absolute monster when it comes to high motor. It's getting a little concerning if that is a need in the 3rd round, because we may be looking at a defensive tackle run now. The last 2 picks, the Bears go Shamar Turner. The other Texas A&M, interesting that he goes before Nick Scorton does.
Yeah, that is weird.
From A&M, and then Omar Norman Lott goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. They certainly had some needs there on the defensive line.
Yeah, Norman Lott I didn't expect him to go here in round 2. But that just doesn't mean anything. That's just what I'm thinking. But there were guys that I would have thought would have gone before him. Alfred Collins out of Texas is a guy that is still sitting there.
No, I think he went right before you came on. The 49ers took him at 43.
So I missed him when I was switching in order to come on here. So that's okay. That would make more sense then. But you're right. Scorton is still there. And yeah, I mean,
one of the more interesting storylines I think so far, other than some of the quarterback stuff that's happening, we're about to be done. It looks like, although I can see maybe the Eagles taking a quarterback. Shoot, they don't need anything else. You might as well, Howie Roseman just does stuff like that, just takes value and stashes guys. But I think it's, one of the interesting and deep classes or groups in this class was like big edge players, right?
mhm.
Like unusual amount of those guys in this draft. The 280, 285, 290 guys. They haven't been touched yet. The Nick Scortons and the Landon Jacksons, the Jordan Birches, Jack Sawyer. Like those guys are still on the board as we are about to head into the 3rd round. That's a little interesting to me. I mean, Tui Moloau has been taken.
Shamar Stewart went.
Shamar Stewart.
He's a 290-pound guy. Yeah, but it's weird. See, the thing is that those guys, do they fit Seattle? Is really what I look at it. And you're not playing them at outside linebacker, which is who your edge players are in a 3-4. And so you're looking at guys, okay, that's a 5 tech. Shamar Stewart would have been a fantastic Seahawk as a 5 tech. But if you're playing running a 4-3, these guys are defensive ends, right?
Yeah,
So they could
I'm with you.
to me, there's more value there than to a 3-4 defense like Seattle runs.
Yeah, and which is why when I'm looking at edge throughout this class, like I want a guy that's a little bit twitchier, a little guy that's a little more explosive. One guy that I've been on recently, I was late to this guy, but Bryce Coots just kept telling me about him. And now all the tape I watch on him, I can see why he likes him. Ashton Gelati, I think it's pronounced, out of Louisville. Little bit short on the arm length, but there's no denying the motor and the explosiveness. Your thoughts on him potentially?
Okay. If I remember right, I remember this guy being quick, not fast, but quick.
Right. Yeah, his get off is one of the better ones in the class, I think.
Yeah. And his ability to get upfield and put a lot of pressure on tackles, and their technique has to be on, because you can't just win with athleticism or size. You have to have your kick step on point, or he's going to get around you. So that to me is like, that's powerful. That's useful. Now you're right, shorter arms. So what's that mean? That means that against the run, they're going to be able to get their hands on his body and push him back. He's not going to be able to get his hands inside, and that's going to make life hard. But as a pass rush specialist, man, the guys that first step and that get off is crazy.
The Eagles take Andrew Makuba, the safety out of Texas, to round out the second round. And a couple of the viewers have corrected me. I missed this. Nick Scorton did go 51 right after the Hawks took Arroyo. We were talking about the tight end pick, so I missed that pick. But another guy, heading into the draft process, one of the highest rated edges and a guy that was routinely mocked in the first round was Kyle Kennard out of South Carolina. And it's almost like he disappeared off the face of the earth the last 6 weeks. Haven't heard any buzz, haven't seen him in any mock drafts. I don't know if there's flags, if there's medical flags or character concerns. I hadn't heard any of those things at the Senior Bowl. I don't know, just something I'd throw out there. A name that I just didn't expect to just kind of be swept under the rug the way it has.
Yeah, another guy that's surprising me that's still available as round 3 starts is Siobhan Revel Jr. out of East Carolina, the cornerback. This is a guy that if he didn't get hurt this last year, would have been a mid first round pick.
We've talked a lot about him throughout the day, and then all the conversation after Arroyo, I kind of forgot about him. But he's
still sitting there,
been taken.
No, and he's actually one of my favorite players in this draft. Back when the Seahawks had 2 third-round picks, I was like, if he's around in that range, like, do you move up to get him? Because he may not give you much in 2025, but as he rehabs that knee, but he's going to be there in 2026 as an elite player.
I don't know. Jordan Brooks tore his ACL in January. Came back and started the first game 2 years ago without a knee brace. We saw Connor Williams come back in 5 months from an ACL.
That's fair.
Like these guys just don't. It's Curtis Rourke is already played the entire season on an ACL. Had his surgery in January. He's already doing 7-step drops without a knee brace. Like I don't know if there were complications. I haven't read anything that it was any. My understanding is it was a clean ACL tear. Like this guy was a top 20 pick if he doesn't get hurt, and he plays that style that I think would appeal to Mike McDonald. Like loves to come up in the run game and hit people. Like his Michigan tape before he got hurt last year, like some of the things he did in goal line, like coming up and run support, are just out of this world. He's still available. Going into the third round, Azariah Thomas is another corner. I thought he was the best cover.
I like him.
He was the best cover corner in Mobile the entire week. That at the time, I think walking away from the Senior Bowl, Todd McShay was saying he thinks he could sneak into the first round. He's still there. There's some really interesting guys as we head into the third round. Xavier Watts, the really productive safety. I don't think they'll take a second safety, but he's a guy that had 13 picks the last 2 years. And then some of those wide receivers. I'm a big
Jalen Royals.
Jalen Royals, big run after the catch
guy. He is, If the Seahawks take him in then the third round, if he's still available, I will.
Yeah,
like I love his size and his speed, and the Seahawks kind of need a deep threat. I mean, that's one of the things they lost when they traded DK Metcalf around, and Royals comes in. He would come in and give you someone who could take the top off of defense and force that safety to stay back. And I know Valdez Scantling kind of does that too, but he's on a 1-year deal, and he's not the youngest guy anymore. And so just having a young guy that could come in and give you that deep threat will help everybody else. It really will.
I'm a little surprised that we got through the second round without Kyle Williams being picked. There was a lot of buzz for him late in the process. He was really moving up big boards. Seahawks had him in for a 30 visit. I think he'd be a really good fit in that scheme. I know everybody wants a 6'2", 6'3" guy. He's 5'11" and a half, but he's an outside corner, maybe the best release package of any of the receivers in this class, and a guy that can really take off after the catch. I think receiver could really be in play here at 92 if it's not defensive line, but we got a long ways to get there. This round will move quickly. There goes Darius Alexander to the Giants. I think the Giants are really knocking this draft out of the park, and they needed to save their GM and their head coach's job. But I love what they did, sticking to their guns, taking Abdul Carter at 3, moving up to get Jackson Dart. Some people, disagree that he's a guy worthy of that. But when Brian Dable says he loves a guy, you have to trust Brian Dable because of what he did with Josh Allen. And then, to get the value of Darius Alexander,
I liked Jackson Dart. I in the draft process, like I knew he wasn't going to go top 5, right? He's
Right.
he's not that kind of ready-made quarterback, but I think he's got potential to develop into something that's going to be really, really good. And I thought that was a great move. Could they have waited and still got him in the round 2? Probably, but what's more valuable than what they traded away to move up is that 5th-year option on a rookie quarterback.
Boy,
So
these defensive tackles are starting to come off the board. Let's look at that position group and see kind of what's left. With we saw Norman Lott, Shamar Turner, now Darius Alexander coming off the board. If we just go defensive tackle and see what's left, Josh Farmer, Jamari Caldwell, Cam Jackson out of Florida. That's NFL.com has him ranked a little higher than I would have expected. Pegues out of Mississippi, who I still think would be a really intriguing rotational defensive lineman because he gives you some legit juice as an interior tackle, but he also, that Wildcat quarterback fullback thing is legit, like 7 touchdowns last year for Ole Miss.
No, he's a guy that I like because I think he is. I think he's a great fit for the defensive line. And that, to me, that's where what you're drafting. And if you get other stuff with him, great. But I'm not counting. I'm not giving him a bump in his draft grade because he can come in and do some fullback stuff.
You have to believe in him as a tackle.
Yeah, and I do believe him as a tackle. I think he would be a good fit in terms of what Seattle needs to do.
And I think there's a lot of talk in the comments now about how you need a nose tackle. Well, I don't know if nose tackle is great value in the 3rd round. I think you want a defensive lineman that can do more than that, right? And just to our earlier point, you start scrolling down and looking at the guys that are kind of pure run stuffing nose tackles. You're going to get those guys tomorrow, right?
Like Walker,
Wyatt Black, Nazir Stackhouse, Tonka Hemingway, Thor Griffith from Louisville, Tim Smith. Tim Smith's only 310, but I thought he plays bigger than that. Was really impressed with him down in Mobile. There's Ty Robinson. I'm not a Deion Walker guy. Are you?
No.
I mean, everybody loves the height and the weight specs, but he doesn't play like 340 pounds. He plays high. He doesn't have a base.
His pad level gets high. He gets pushed back too easily. I mean, the numbers are there, and if you could improve his technique, I think he could develop into something good. But, I don't. There's something about the way that people get under his pads like all the time, and you can't have that in the NFL.
Yeah. Ashton Gelati just went to the Chiefs. Browns pick is in. Raiders are on the clock. So as we're going to have to do every time the Raiders or the Saints come around, and the Saints are 4 picks down, like we're in the 3rd round now. I can't even imagine. I stopped watching ESPN's draft coverage over 10 years ago. I just couldn't stand it. It's more entertainment. It's more style than substance now. I've been I exclusively watch the NFL Network. But I heard that last night was just almost unwatchable because all they talked about was Shedeur the whole way through. And here we are in the 3rd round. We're at pick 67. How livid is Deion right now?
Well, so did you see that report that came out? God, was it yesterday or maybe the day before about Sanders?
Which one? There's so many, and they're all conflicting.
Oh, it was one that was just dragging him through the mud.
Hey, look for all of the PR campaign to dial back some of those rumors and the bad interviews and everything else, and how his camp came out and basically smeared anyone who suggested that. I know McShay talked about it. They attacked him. There has to be, I think we talked about this before he came on, from a purely football standpoint, I think if his dad isn't famous, I think he probably is a 2nd or 3rd rounder. I just don't think the game warrants, or the tape warrants a 1st round prospect, and the name cachet pushed him up. But still, I mean, there's enough there that I think the 2nd or 3rd round is tremendous value for him just from a talent perspective. But there has to be something to those reports that he just rubbed teams the wrong way, or that they're concerned about the impact of having his dad around. that here we sit at 67, the Cleveland Browns, who could absolutely justify taking a young quarterback right now, and should. I think you can argue they need to take one of these guys.
Yeah.
And then the Raiders right behind him, who, just paid an older quarterback. And then the Saints at 71. If we get through these next 4 picks without Shadur being taken, I mean, the sky's going to fall.
Yeah, he could be in a day 3 guy. So anyway, so it was from Tom Pelissaro, is an NFL assistant coach. It said he takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames teammates. But the biggest thing is he's just not that good.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty damning.
That's damning. That's a guy, anonymity and all that. But that's a guy who's basically pounding the table for his team to not take Sanders.
I think he made a major mistake in partnering with Cam Ward and working out with him this offseason. First of all, I think he made I think he played the draft process as poorly as you can play it. If you're an elite prospect, you can do what he did. But to go to the Shrine Game instead of the Senior Bowl, and the Shrine Game it's in writing. When you agree to accept their invitation, you are expected to participate. So he gets to Dallas and he says, I'm only going to do the interviews. I'm not even going to practice. Right? He could have done the Michael Penix thing and practiced all week, done so the coach work with the coaches so they could see him up close and everything else, and then just not played in the game like that. I don't think that would knock him down as much. But he says, nope, not just going to do the interviews. Then he doesn't do anything at the combine, right? He doesn't do the throwing session. He plays it like a guy that thinks he's a top 5 pick. And I think those were mistakes. I really do.
Well, especially now. I mean, at the time, people were talking about him being a top 5 pick, and so maybe they thought him and his team thought that was the right play. But he's clearly not a top 5 pick. And I mean, what else? If you're a guy who the NFL teams think is a 3rd rounder or a 4th rounder, you go out and you do all those things and you try to prove them that you deserve to go earlier.
Yeah. And then I was starting to say that I thought he made a real mistake in working out with Cam Ward. We saw the videos of them, becoming friends and throwing together. It was a terrible idea for a guy who one of the knocks on him is, average arm strength. And you're going to work out, you're going to throw next to Cam Ward. That's a bad idea.
It's going to point out, it's just going to show how that your arm isn't good because Cam Ward's is. So it's like, here, let's put it on display.
A couple of really interesting picks here. And somebody pointed out to me, I forgot about the Tyler Shuck pick to New Orleans. So he's out. But now the Cleveland Browns and the Raiders have once again passed on Shadur Sanders. The Browns go Harold Fannin Jr. I think the Browns continue to, you can nitpick the, passing on Travis Hunter, but I can also argue that organization, that roster for where they are, they need quantity and quality. I think they're killing the draft process. I think Fannin's an interesting guy there. And then Pete, his first year in Las Vegas with a new GM and John Spytek, having just a very Pete Carroll draft, right? They go Ashton Genty early. Now I can't remember what they did in the 2nd round, but it was something we liked. Darian Porter, the corner out of Iowa State at 68 is the pick there. Long, tall boundary corner who, stop me if you've heard this before with Pete Carroll, converted wide receiver, went to Iowa State as a wide receiver, started playing corner a couple of years ago. Just a super fascinating. At some point they need to start drafting offensive linemen as we talked about earlier, but there's still some depth there they can tap into.
Yeah, this round is going quick. New England Patriots on the clock, and their pick is actually in. So Jacksonville's now on the clock. So
this whole draft is, and we talked about how it'll be interesting to see at the end of this. I'm sure somebody will look back historically and compile the numbers. I feel like we've seen fewer trades through the first 2+ rounds in this draft than I can ever remember. And that just, for whatever factors, I've kind of given my theory on it, but that just lends to a faster draft because players know exactly who they're going to take. They have conviction. They don't want to move off of it. And they're not taking up as much time. They're not fielding trade offers.
Well, and I think part of it though, with this year is after you got after the first, 12 to 15 picks, depending on, where you had certain individuals, the difference in value between pick like 15 and pick 34 as far as the quality of player was not a huge shift.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that are in that second tier that have very similar value. And so it's just find the guy in that group that you like the most and take him, because no one's going to move up for the most part, because they don't need to give up that to get him. It's not like, they're getting like that usual drop off where, every few you're getting a lesser quality. I just don't see it there. The Seahawks moved up to get Emmenary because he's a unicorn. He's a one of a kind guy.
Yeah.
He's the only strong safety to come through that's that size since Cam Chancellor. So
now,
yeah.
if anyone's, because we see the comment from Shane on the screen here. This is tough watching all the dudes you love go to other places. I'm sure this is tough on John Schneider.
There goes Kyle Williams to the Patriots. I freaking hate that.
That's
I
a great.
hate that
That's
so
a
much.
great pick for New Orleans, though. I'm happy for
hate
Kyle.
that so much. God damn it.
That's a really, really good pick for Drake May.
It is an incredible pick.
Yeah.
But it's the freaking Patriots, and I hate them.
But I was going to say, if you're thinking about potentially getting into a range where, because we've had to sit and watch all these picks come off the board now, the Seahawks potentially moving up. So right now they're sitting at
92.
We're at 70 and the Seahawks are at 92. So that's almost a perfect match on the Rich Hill chart. If you were to go from 92 to 70, it's about 15 points. Their fourth rounder at 137 is 16 points. So if there's a player you really, really want, you can move up and get him by giving up your fourth rounder. I wouldn't want to do that, because then you'd be going from 70 all the way to 172. So they're not doing that. They're staying at 92. But the closer you get, like maybe you get to Green Bay and his old buddy Brian Gutekunst. Did I pronounce that right? I don't know. I just gave it a shot.
You actually did. That was pretty good.
Let's say they want to move from 92 to 87, right? Jump in front of Jacksonville, Houston, the Rams, whatever. Like that's a 5-point jump. You can give up a 7th and a future 6, or you can give up 175. Like as you get, it becomes a little more realistic. But I think at this point, you let the board fall to you.
If you were going to move up right now, is there anyone on this board that you think is worth moving up for?
I think if they're okay with the knee, Siobhan Ravel, I absolutely cannot believe he's been taken yet. There has to be some complications with that knee above and beyond just a clean ACL tear, because he had the surgery. He injured it. It was a non-contact injury. Those can sometimes be a little more concerning. But he hurt himself in week 5 of last year. So he probably had the surgery in October. Like you would think that
early November. Yeah.
You would think on the timelines we've seen before, he'd be running by now. This is a fascinating pick. This was one of my day 3 guys, one of my sleepers, and I had him in like the 4th round range. Isaac Tesla just went to the Detroit Lions, the wide receiver out of Arkansas, at pick 70. This was a guy I'd never heard of. He was a late ad at the Senior Bowl. I saw him with his helmet off. I thought he was 12 years old. I'm looking at his profile picture right now. He looks like he's in a boy band. But 6'4", 214, a 96 athletic score, ran a 4.43 at that size with a 1.51 split, a 39.5-inch vertical, a 10.9 broad jump, a 4.05 20-yard shuttle, and he still managed 17 bench press reps at 225. And a guy that made a couple plays in the Senior Bowl. He's got some work to do as a route runner. Played a lot of slot, believe it or not, at Arkansas at 6'4", but an elite athlete at that size. Really interesting pick there for the Lions. There's been some talk.
To me, that's weird because Jalen Royals is still on the clock.
Jalen Royals, Xavier Williams. Let's take a look at the receivers, because if the Seahawks feel like these guys are getting snapped up, as much as we want a trench player, this could be in play. Let's see.
Well, the thing is, they straight up need a wide receiver. They need someone that can stretch the field. Yeah. And so Jalen Royals or Isaiah Bond, those are actually Jalen Noel. They're 3 guys right there that can stretch the field. So
as can Alec Manor, and he's the best blocker in this draft. Really, really long arms. Torrey Horton is a guy that was incredibly productive.
Oh, I didn't even realize he was still on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, Horton is gonna be. I love him. And another guy is Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech. He's just a guy that elite speed and is a kick returner, punt returner on top of being a wide receiver. And the Seahawks need that. Like, so getting a guy that could come in, be that guy that stretches the field, and also kicks, returns punts and kicks and gives you some juice there. That's valuable. That's valuable for a team like Seattle. So there's a lot of guys.
Maybe they're banking on Savion Williams dropping because he's so raw. Maybe he's available in the 4th round. He's a guy they met with on a 30 visit. Pat Bryant is a guy I talked to Corbin Smith about the other day, ran a 4.6, and so that's knocked him down some boards, but he was really productive in Illinois. He's a big guy, maybe top 5 best hands in this draft. Ty Felton is a guy I think is being underrated. That I really like. Andrew Armstrong's a guy, another guy, great hands catcher, excellent blocker, bigger guy on the outside. And then some of these other guys, like we saw this with, who's the other Virginia Tech receiver? Jalen Lane, who you just mentioned, with he and Daquan Felton, I think are both going lower than their talent would suggest, just because the quarterback play in the offense at Virginia Tech was so bad.
Yeah. And that's part of it. But these are guys are great athletes, and they probably will have better careers in the NFL than they did in college, because they're going to play with better players, right? They're going to have someone who can actually throw the ball, and they're not going to have to make adjustments on every throw like they did in college.
You wonder, there's been some buzz about Jamison Williams potentially being available for trade from the Lions. They did, I think they announced they're picking up his 5th-year option. But those rumors, that buzz might only grow a little bit more when you spend the 70th pick on a speedy outside receiver for the Lions. And with this wide receiver class, if there is a run and it drops off on day 3, maybe Jamison Williams is available for a 2026 pick.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Ricky White's another guy I'm seeing the Ricky White would be a good pick. He's a guy that I think is undervalued out of UNLV. There's some value there. Shane, thanks for the super chat. Always appreciate you, mate. I don't know. I won't even try to do an Australian accent. I'm terrible at accents. Absolutely terrible. DB27 says Manor would be great. Hard pass on Bond until after his trial. Yeah, he's got that thing going on. He's got some personality questions. Not sure he's a real Seahawk. You might get down to where, like, as much as we all want the tall boundary, X receiver, like you mentioned him, Jalen Noel is not that guy, but he's really fun. And even though he's only 5'10", like, he played a lot on the outside for them. Some people pigeonhole him as a slot only just because of the dimensions, but you look at the athletic testing and his burst and his ability to go up and get it. And
he's taller and longer than Lockett is.
Yeah.
And Lockett played fine on the outside when he needed to. So I mean, there's still a lot of talent left. I mean, as there should be. We're early in round 3. Yeah, the 4th round is looking like this round, and then there's going to be a lot of guys left over in the 4th round that are still going to come in and make some teams really happy.
Here's your overall best available draft board on NFL.com, which I think they base off of Daniel Jeremiah's rankings, but Lance Zierlein gets involved there as well. Landon Jackson still is there, the big edge out of Arkansas, tested through the roof at the combine, but there's some stiffness, some tightness there. Might be the reason he's dropping down. Billy Bowman is an undersized safety. I think safety's not in the conversation now for the Seahawks with the commitment to Emmenary. We've talked about
Ray Thomas is still.
Yeah, Azariah Thomas, Siobhan Rappel
earlier.
Jack Sawyer's a guy I think people are split on. He's a high effort, high motor guy. Tested better than I expected him to at the combine. But he's a culture setting guy. I could see him being a value pick if he continues to drop. Probably not at 92, but if he gets into the 4th round, like, he just in every other way seems like a Seahawk. He
does, but he also seems like a Raider. He's He's
I could see that.
absolutely a Pete Carroll guy. So
Yeah.
early round 4, I could see Pete Carroll snapping him up because high character, just high work ethic, all that kind of stuff. Pete Carroll would love him.
Jacob Parrish is an interesting corner out of Kansas State. I mean, Josh Farmer's still there. He's a really interesting defensive tackle. Princely Uman-Milan is a guy that man, maybe I just didn't watch the right games. I don't really see it with him. I didn't see much from him in Mobile, but the Seahawks met with him, and there was a minute there early in the draft process where he was talked about potentially getting into the back of the first round. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on, if we're just talking about edges at this point. Uman-Milan, Jordan Birch out of Oregon, who was a guy that I think we thought he was coming out last year. I feel like he was a little more highly regarded then.
Mhm.
And then Josiah Stewart's a guy, again, that I just can't get over the size, the lack of size, how small he is. I know the production's been there, but I also see a lot of sacks on tape where he's just unblocked. And he didn't win any reps in Mobile from what I saw. So I'd be interested to kind of get your thoughts on some of those other edge guys. Braden Swinson is another guy too. I know a lot of Seahawk fans really like him, but there are whispers of kind of practice habit issues and personality things there that make me wonder if he's not really a Seahawk. So there's a lot of value there at edge though. Savion Jones is another really long
Savion Jones
edge.
is a guy that I would like. Yeah, Uman-Milan is a guy that I have my notes on him are just saying no.
Yeah.
I don't know why. That's what it says. It just says
I don't
no.
see him holding up against the run. Certainly, he's a really skinny dude. Yeah, Savion Jones, like I think he had 2 sacks in the game. Like he's 6'5", 280, long arms.
Mhm.
He was a guy that just kept impressing me. Lots of production, lots of games, 3-year starter. The last 3 years at LSU.
What are your thoughts on Jared Ivey?
He's another
go
guy.
back
I
and
don't
forth
know what
on
it
him.
is about the Ole Miss guys. I just don't see it with him at all. He didn't show me any juice. He didn't show me even any power. He looked like just a guy to me, like sort of.
I've kind of gone back and forth because I look at his his stats and his production, and I'm like, okay, it's there. But then when I go try and watch tape, I'm like, I don't see it. Like,
Right.
when did he compile these stats? Because I just don't see him getting doing work.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He tested okay, not great, but yeah, he's one
Well,
of
there
those guys.
goes as we're talking about him. Landon Jackson goes to the Bills. God, that kind of seems like a Bills type pick, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And then there's AZ Thomas going to the New York Jets out of Florida State. So the knee medicals, the rechecks on Siobhan Rivell must have been really troublesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, for a guy coming off a recent ACL and that's it, to last this long when Will Johnson, who the reports are might have long-term chronic issues with his knee, and he goes 30 picks before him. I wonder if the Seahawks like him that much, even if they think the recovery is going to be slower, if he's still there at 92, maybe it's too big to ignore and you just redshirt him.
Yeah, why not? Just do it.
It would piss the fans off because they wouldn't get the immediate gratification.
No, but you're getting a special player really late. I mean, if he hadn't got hurt, he would have been, in the 15 to 20 range. Like that's where I would have had him slotted. But he got hurt, and they're like, okay, he's going to drop down, and then I didn't expect him to last this long. Like I thought he'd go round 2 because people are going to look and you're like, hey, we're getting a guy a round later than his talent suggests because of an injury. But now you're looking at getting him 2 rounds later. I mean, I'm starting to think, did I miss my eval on him? And is he not as good as I was thinking? But honestly, my notes on him are saying, yeah, mid first round. So
yeah, the tape was just so good. All you have to do is watch the Michigan tape, and it's like he's making instinctive plays. There's one play where he kind of comes up and run support, and then he reads Loveland coming down the seam there in the red zone that the Wolverines are, and he backpedals and makes a play on the ball to break it up. And then there's at least 3 plays I can think of, as I was mentioning earlier, like in goal line where he's coming up and just stoning guys in the running game, against a really physical Michigan team. I'm looking on Twitter and I don't see anything from any of the NFL reporters talking about, any new concerns or why he might be dropping. He's just kind of been, I don't know. I don't get it.
It doesn't make sense to me. I'm confused.
Maybe the Seahawks leaked some stuff about him and they're just sitting there waiting at 92.
Pulling the Miami Dolphins, cocaine rumors on Dan Marino, so he dropped to them.
Yeah. I do think that, as much as we've spent a lot of time talking about defensive line here, I think in that Mike McDonald system, even you look at some of the guys in Baltimore, not everybody has to be a star there. He's really been successful with just sort of some role players like Brent Urban and some other guys, like their nose tackle's a guy that I can't even think of his name, but he's, he plays an important role for them. I wonder if this pick at 92 might be to address one of those other premium needs, either corner or receiver. Mm-hmm. And then they're comfortable going into tomorrow and tapping into that depth, just guys that they have targeted that'll just really fit a particular role.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that because there is depth, and because if you look at this roster, you've got your starters, right? You've got your 3 starting defensive linemen. You've got a little bit of depth behind them, not as much as I think you and I would like, but you don't need to go reach for a player because you're desperate for a starter. You've got that.
Yeah.
So go, if there's another need, if a best player available, do that. And to me, the best player available right now is Siobhan Ravel.
I think we're getting into that territory again here in a couple of minutes, where, let's see, we're at pick. So the Broncos pick is in, the Niners are on the clock again at 75. It'll be interesting to see what they do. You scroll down to 83 and the Pittsburgh Steelers sitting there, and you're almost getting into that territory where it's like, even if they don't have conviction on a guy, they have to take a quarterback at some point. Like, you can't go into next season with Mason Rudolph and nobody else. Like, we're joking on the show yesterday. If that were to happen, like, does DK Metcalf immediately demand a trade and he ends up playing on his Pittsburgh extension somewhere else? It's obviously ridiculous. It's a joke, but you get what I'm saying. Like, if they don't go Sanders at 83, and reportedly Tomlin likes him, but more particularly, if they don't go Jalen Milroe at 92, we're starting to see it in the comments a little bit. We've had the conversation throughout the last 30 or 40 picks. You get to 92 and regarding the immediate role and what he can do as a package player, he wouldn't have to play for a couple of years. You sit him, you try to develop him, try to tap into that ceiling, and maybe you have something like 92. Are we almost getting into no-brainer territory for a guy like Milroe there?
Jalen Milroe is an interesting prospect because, a lot of the comps you'll see will be Lamar, right? But Lamar is not. Lamar was a much better thrower than Jalen Milroe is, and so I don't like that comp. But if you can bring him along and develop him a little bit,
I think the comp is Justin Fields. Like, he was a guy that was pegged coming out of Ohio State. Like, he's a one read guy. He doesn't read full progressions. He's not always that accurate to all levels of the field, but he's an elite runner and they'll figure it out as they go along. The problem with Justin Fields is he was thrown in, had to play too early. I think it would be a terrible thing for Milroe to go to Pittsburgh because I think he'd have to play early. We talked about Pat Bryant. He just went to the Broncos at 74. That is really early for him. Especially when you consider some of the other guys we talked about that are still on the board. And Pat Bryant ran a 4.6 at the combine.
I do not get that pick.
That is surprising. Yeah.
I don't get that at all. I can't explain that like that.
Here's another thing. Where's the run on running backs? Is it just that this class is so deep? Teams are like, we can wait till tomorrow. Like, I fully expected the run to start well before now.
Well, it's such an unvalued position at this point that, and it's a deep class. It is actually a really deep class at running back. And you just look at, like, okay, the undrafted guys currently, and guys that would fit in Seattle. You can go down quite a ways um, and find guys that have have some juice will be good. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, maybe not the fastest guy, but he's big and runs people over. Like that would be fun.
Yeah.
And he's probably a 5th round pick. You don't have to go like too early.
Well, that's why there's been so much that I've heard from the fans the last couple of weeks, and most of it's just flat out rumor driven. None of it came from any substantiated, legit reporting. But the idea that like the Seahawks might entertain offers for Zach Charbonnet or Kenneth Walker, and could we get a pick? Could we get this? Could we get that? And my answer was always not in a class that has 30 draftable running backs.
Yeah.
Because why would anyone trade for a player in the expiring year of his rookie contract, especially a guy who's had some injury issues, when you can get whoever you want, pick your flavor at much later in the draft and have a fresh rookie contract at a low cap hit? That never, ever made sense to me. San Francisco 49ers go Nick Martin, inside linebacker out of Oklahoma State.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's another one of those. God damn it! Like, why do the teams I dislike make good draft picks? But speaking of running back, and you're talking about getting a guy late, Raheem Sanders out of South Carolina. This guy, okay, the rub on him is he's not going to catch the ball out of the backfield. He doesn't have any experience with that. Will miss blitz pickups and that kind of stuff. But he's big and he's got some speed to go with that size. He's a guy that you want to run zone stretch, which is Kubiak's go to. He's gonna run people over and make you look good. Like that's a great scheme fit for Seattle, and he's probably a 6th round pick in this draft.
I mean, the farther, and I've said it for a while. My 2 hot takes. We did an episode last week where we kind of compared some hot takes, and mine were this was before they released Cam Young. I think they're going to draft 2 defensive tackles in this class. Still remains to be seen, but they still have a lot of picks tomorrow. And that they would take a running back at some point, probably earlier than fans think, for a couple of reasons. One is it's a strong class, and you always want to, in my opinion, you want to tap into the strengths of a class. Siobhan Revell just went to the Dallas Cowboys at 76.
Oh, fuck.
There's that pipe dream. But the other part of it is Kenneth Walker in the last year of his deal, right? And, do you want to pay him when you have all that other depth and those kinds of things? But also they need someone to return kicks. And there's some guys in this class that have some of that experience. I know they met with Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn. He returned kicks earlier in his career, really productive player. But the farther this group gets pushed down, the more likely it is that they're going to take a guy that the fans actually know, instead of, maybe someone who's under the radar. And the farther this group gets pushed down, the farther we wait until like Caleb Johnson, and I don't think Quinshon Judkins has been picked yet, or DJ Giddens or Bayshu Tootin or some of those guys. The farther those guys get pushed down, what if Cam Scatterbo ends up being a guy you can get at the back of the 5th round? Like, you might look at the Seahawks running back room and say, well, they don't really need him. But when you talk about the style of play that Mike McDonald wants to have and the identity he wants to have, and if you're talking a 5th round value, like, who better in this draft to just hammer teams with than potentially Cam Scatterbo? Well,
I'd be concerned about his college workload.
Because, he's a 1 contract player, I think.
Yeah, he took a beating in college. His college team did not do him any favors in terms of a pro career, with as much as they fed him the ball to go get hit in the middle between the tackles. But you're right. Like, that would be, people were talking about him as like a 3rd round pick, and I'm like, oh, I wouldn't do that for a 5th.
Right.
Now you're talking about the talent and the draft position. It just makes too much sense. So yeah, but you're right. It's definitely a 1 contract player.
There goes Uman Milan, goes to the Carolina Panthers at 77. So apparently when we talk about a player, he gets drafted. So who do we want the Arizona Cardinals to take? Who do I not like? Let's talk about quarterback, or let's talk about Josiah Stewart. man, this quarterback thing is just fascinating. There's the Steelers are lurking there at 83. You know, it's funny. So I'm a quarterback guy, right? And I'm also, we talked about scouting philosophy early. I'm a guy that it's like, show me what you can do. If I see it once, I know you can do it. I tend to look at the more optimistic side of things, especially when it comes to quarterbacks, because it's so much about development. You're never getting finished products. Cam Ward's not a finished product. So those guys that came out last year weren't finished products. But the more I study this class, like there's 7 or 8 guys that I can look at and I can say, okay, I can see it. I can see an NFL starter there, maybe not a top 10 starter, maybe not an elite starter, but a good NFL starter you can win with if the right pieces are around him. And so you talk yourself into it. And then, kind of crescendoed about a month ago when the buzz started happening and got a little out of control, where we started seeing, I know one national mock at the time had Shuck going 7th to the Jets. And they're, now we're going to get 4 guys in the first round. Here we are at pick 79. And we've only had 3 guys go. Sanders is still there. Will Howard is still there. Jalen Milroe is still there. Quinn Ewers is still there. Like
Kyle McCord is a guy that I think I like more than most because
so do I.
He works on schedule. He's really accurate on that short stuff. He's going to piss you off because he's going to be able to dink and dunk you all day long and move the chains. And honestly, there's a lot of offenses that could use that kind of quick processing where you can get the ball out of his hands quick.
Yeah. And the thing that I liked about, that I thought he took a step forward in his game going to Syracuse last year because he got more aggressive. Like he was passive sometimes at Ohio State, would take the check down a little too much, was afraid to push the ball down the middle of the field. Wasn't the case in Syracuse. In fact, I think he led FBS in big time throw percentage and also turnover worthy play percentage, which means he was messing with tight windows a lot. But I like that in a quarterback. I'd rather have that and try to dial it back a little bit than try to get a guy to be more aggressive down the field. But the cynics are sort of being proven right now. And I'll say it again, the more, just like with the running backs, the more that group gets pushed down. If we get to the end of this 3rd round and those guys are all still there, especially if we get to that 5th round range where the Seahawks have 2 picks, all of a sudden when it doesn't really make sense for them to take a young quarterback high in this draft, it might make too much sense if some of those guys are still there at that point.
Yeah. I mean, at what point, how far does a guy like Sanders or a guy like Milroe have to drop before a team like Seattle just says, okay, we weren't planning on doing this, but
I'll be shocked if Pittsburgh gets to 83 and doesn't take a quarterback, given that those guys are still available. You got to feel for Jalen Milroe. I mean, I'm sure he knew what he was getting into. These guys get feedback. Their agents know. They're being told by teams like what range they might be able to go in. He was invited to the draft. He was there last night. And, I'm not watching the TV copy, so I don't know if, maybe he's not still there. Maybe he showed up today. Maybe he didn't, if anyone in the comments can tell us. But, that kind of stinks for him. He was invited to the combine and still hasn't been taken.
Yeah, I mean, there's guys every year. You think that they would do a better job of talking to teams, knowing where guys were going to go and inviting the guys that are definitely going to go on that first day. Because
there goes Jordan Birch to the Cardinals. Good solid pick for them. I think he's just a good solid player, which they need, especially up front on defense there. Not a dynamic player. I think he kind of is who he is, but makes a lot of sense for them. Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, you've got, well, whatever.
Shane Turner says Will Howard Gruden show. Yeah, of all the guys that I watched on that show, he was the most impressive. Jackson Dart was close. But I thought Will Howard just blew me away in his whiteboard work, his communication ability, his personality. Do you think, first I want to ask you, like, do you watch those Gruden shows, and does it ever kind of change your profile or your evaluation of a quarterback slightly, either good or bad? And do you think the teams watch those?
I think don't think the teams watch those because I think the teams do their own work. They've had those whiteboard sessions and
Yeah.
stuff with
Yeah.
guys. So they don't. I don't think they need. Oh, there goes Jalen Noel to Houston.
To the Texans.
Um,
Is that the second receiver they've taken in this draft?
I think it is.
CJ Stroud's got to be loving that. Let me see here.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't think teams watch those. For me, because it's an opportunity to actually.
Oh yeah, they went Higgins. They took both the Iowa State guys.
Yep.
Look at that.
Higgins and now Noel. I love that. Actually,
That's crazy.
those are interesting guys. But yeah,
That's so fun.
I like it because it gives me a chance to actually listen to the guy talk. 'Cause it's one of the hardest things as you know, a draft scout, but not with a team, like, an internet guy, is that we don't get to do the interviews. We don't get to be in there at the combine when the interviews are. We have such an incomplete picture of players because we lack that. And so the Gruden stuff is like the one insight into that we get, and we can now go in and look at how these guys interview and how they break stuff down. And part of it I worry about though is editing. Like how many things when they go through, they go, okay, let's not include that. Don't include that. Oh, that makes him look bad. Ooh,
Right.
this is a great one. You know what I mean? Like how much editing is done in order to spin that these guys are better than, whatever.
And Gruden always loves every one of them, right?
Yes.
Seahawk fan 72. Look how many great players we've missed out on. Well, that's always going to happen. You can't, unless you have 5 picks in every round. Yeah, I get that. I get it because we fall in love with prospects, right? This is painful for me too, throughout the course of the offseason. I know you do the same thing. Like I purposely dialed back this year on how many mock drafts I would do on a daily basis, just because I didn't want to get prospect fatigue,
Yeah.
But I think where this team is, because the roster is so young, but there also are very few gaping holes. There was one, and they addressed it at 18 last night. We needed a starting left guard. That was the one thing missing, which is unusual because usually John Schneider hedges all that stuff by signing a bunch of one-year vets in the offseason, which gets him into trouble sometimes. But you look at that defense, and like, where's a starter going to go, right? Like, I think 14 guys that started games last year are on the roster, including all 11. So Nick Emmenary is not going to be a starting player. He's going to be a rotational player. On offense now, even if you take an offensive lineman here at 92, he's going to have to compete for a job. He's not going to walk in and take one right off the bat. Although we might be talking about Jared Wilson if we get to 92 and he's still there.
Okay. If we get to 92 and he's still there, I hope they pass on Jared Wilson.
You're not a Wilson. We'll talk about that when we get there, because
I'm not a Jared Wilson guy.
I'm split on him. I like the athleticism, just a one-year starter though. And I just don't, anyone that's ever suggested to me that Jared Wilson would be the pick, although my answer is usually, well, if John Benton believes in it, then I'll give him the benefit of the doubt until we see otherwise. But my thing is, like, can he beat out Oluwatimi? I think he's a solid player, and I don't think he would. Dylan Fairchild, speaking of interior offensive lineman that we like, just went to the Bengals at 81. That makes a lot of sense. They really needed some help on the interior there, and their fan base was probably freaking out a little bit that they hadn't addressed it yet. That's a really nice pick for them at 81. Okay, the Steelers are on the clock.
Yeah, this is it. I mean,
let's see.
How do you get past the third round, knowing that Mason Rudolph is your only quarterback?
And if you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, you have to go to bed tonight if they don't make a quarterback pick here, and still not know. Let me see if there's anything on Twitter, any breaking news or anything about maybe. Okay, this is interesting from Curtis Allen. The media has met with Nick Emmenary now with the conference call. And sometimes, Schneider talks about how these 30 visits can go either way, and they tell him a lot about a person, like how he interacts with the staff and the people in that building. He talked about one prospect this year that they knew almost immediately wasn't going to be a Seahawk, just because he was so standoffish and just didn't pay attention, didn't treat support staff with respect. This is Emmenary. He says, I was excited. He said on a conference call after getting picked, genuinely, I'm happy they came and got me. I felt great when I went up there for a visit, talked to the coaches, had a great visit. I felt the most connected with them. So if it was anybody to do it, I knew it was going to be them. always great to hear that a prospect's as sold on a team as a team is on a prospect.
I can't.
Um,
The thing you said right before you started reading the quote about a prospect coming in on a 30 visit and being rude to the staff.
Did you hear the other one? He said 2 weeks ago on his radio show, he said one of the guys this year came in and didn't know who he was, that he was chatting. John Schneider was chatting with him and he was just like, yeah, whatever. And like clearly didn't know who he was. And then like 10 minutes later, he comes into the room for the meeting and he's like, hi, John Schneider, general manager, Seattle Seahawks. Like, how do you, like, when you and I, you're a teacher, right? If you go interview for a new teaching job, you're researching the school, you're finding out what you can about them, what they're looking for. You're trying to tailor your interview to what they want. These players have all this information now at their fingertips. To think that someone would fly cross country and have a meeting with their professional future on the line and not even know who the general manager is.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going into one of these, you got to know who the general manager is, who's the assistant general manager. You need to know who your position coach will be. Yeah. And it wouldn't hurt you. It wouldn't hurt you to know, like, maybe an area scout or two, just to get a profile of, okay, so this is, these are guys that works for them, and who's similar players to me that player, that scout might have put together stuff. Like, I would go into that armed with as much information as possible. Like, that's absurd.
Just tweeting out that as we get closer to the pick here for people to jump in and come join you and me here. Hang on a second here. For those of you who don't know, Keith and I go way back. In fact, I texted you earlier today. We were talking about this because I couldn't remember the timeline at all.
I don't remember either.
I think it was 15, 16 or 14,
okay, so
like 14, 15, 16. Because I remember where I was working, and I would often, because I was a manager and it was kind of quiet during the day, I would do most of my writing from work. I would just set up my laptop and sit there and deal with people if they came in for meetings or whatever. But Keith and I were co-editors of 12th Man Rising back in the day.
Do you remember going to the Richard Sherman softball game and sitting up in the press box?
Oh yeah.
And that was fun. Just because it was so low key. And
I interviewed Rich's dad that day.
Oh yeah.
I think Russell Wilson hit a home run in that game, didn't he?
He showed up, hit a home run, and left.
Yeah. Nice. I remember when we walked in, remember we had to go in kind of through that back parking lot. That was kind of cool. I was like, oh, I'm somebody. Like, they're going to take us up the back way to the press conference. This is kind of cool.
Yeah, we went in through the same entrance as that all the players did.
Yeah, and Russ got out of his like big SUV and walked in at the same time. And I was like, obviously, I knew he was shorter in stature, as am I, but he was just like a half inch shorter than I was. I was just shocked by seeing it up close. Like, we went through security at the exact same time, like side by side.
Wait, if you are shorter in stature, then what am I?
I don't know, but also
you got me by a couple of inches.
He might be taller than me now because I shrink on an annual basis. Yeah, it's going the wrong direction, man. Okay, there's a guy. I mean, obviously, Seahawks weren't going to be in on him with the Emmenary pick, but Kevin Winston Jr., that's tremendous value for the Titans there at 82. He's another guy coming off an ACL, although he was able to run his 40. See, that kind of tells you something. Like, he hurt his ACL during the season with Penn State. He was able to run his 40 a couple of weeks ago for scouts, and Ravel still hasn't been able to run. There must have been something else going on there, but Winston was a guy, great box safety. He was in the first round discussion before the injury. So that's good value there for the Titans. All right. Pick is in for the Steelers. We just are not seeing trades. This is crazy to me. All right. Who's it going to be? If it's not a quarterback here, my goodness, Deion Sanders might tell Shadur he's got to go play in the UFL. That's my dream for spring football, by the way. Like, I've always been a proponent of that being a necessity. I think it needs to be operated more like NFL Europe and be a developmental league officially.
Yes.
I've always wanted it to work. but I've always felt like they've just never had the financial backing to be able to last long enough to be able to actually attract good
That
players.
is not a quarterback. They took Caleb Johnson out of Iowa.
What are they going to do? Okay, let me ask you another question.
Shocked.
At what point, if they're just not sold on any of these quarterbacks, and I'm sorry, when Mason Rudolph is your only guy and the rest of your roster is built to win now, especially on defense, and you go out and make a bold move and give up a second-round pick for DK Metcalf, and you're going to roll with Mason Rudolph, don't you just take a quarterback at 83 because you have to have somebody? Like that's an incredible statement on what they feel about these guys. So at what point do you call the Seahawks and offer them a 5 for Sam Howell? Like
yeah, actually,
like that.
Just Sam Howell started for a year in Washington, then he came out and was able to work with Seattle and under Geno and learn to not force the ball on every play and because that was what the team made him focus on. He's got to be better than Mason Rudolph or at least comparable. But you're only giving up a 5 for I'm so confused.
So am I, and I'm telling you, the closer we get, we're 7 picks away now. If there's no quarter, and who's going to take one now? It's Tampa Bay, New England, the Chargers, Packers, Jags, Texans, Rams at 90.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be shocked. They need to add, it's not Stetson Bennett. He's not the dude, right?
Yeah.
You have to start thinking with Matt Stafford basically year to year now. You have to start thinking quarterback. If they don't go Milroe or Sanders at 90, like I have to wonder how much discussion is going to be had at the VMAC. Like, it's not the plan, I'm sure. It's not the vision. It's not the preference. There's probably another guy. I think Ty Robinson would be in the discussion at 92, as well as some of those receivers we talked about. But man, I almost wonder if it becomes almost too good to be true. And it's, I keep using the term, but it's a no-brainer at a certain point. If you have a vision, if you have a vision for Jalen Milroe, because I don't think Schneider's going to like Sanders, but if you have a vision for a guy like Milroe and you didn't think he was going to get to 92, man, I don't know. They'd be the talk of the league, I think, the Seahawks, probably tonight going into tomorrow if they did that.
Yeah, to go get a guy. Okay, they would have 4 quarterbacks on the roster at that point.
Momentarily.
One of them's got to go.
I expect Sam Howell to get traded tomorrow. I think Minnesota, potentially for a 2026 pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would make some sense. Or Pittsburgh, as I said. Patriots wasted no time getting their pick in. They need to go. There's still some good value in the offensive line. And this will be funny to look at. Let's check this out, because in an alternate universe where, John Schneider stuck with his old adage and didn't want to reach for offensive linemen. And we did this on our hot take show too. One of the guys suggested, my hot take is they don't take an offensive lineman until the 4th round. Can you imagine what, Seahawks faithful would have been doing? But
yeah,
look at Marcus Bowe, Wyatt Millen, Miles Frazier, Jalen Rivers, Brian, there's a ton of value there at tackle, and the Patriots need offensive line. Charles Grant, the small school kid, Logan Brown, Cameron Williams, Chase Lunt, who I know the Seahawks really like. Actually, he might be a sneaky factor at 92, to be honest. Jalen Travis, who I really like, who I think's rated way too low. Like, there's still a ton of depth and value there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's for them. Like, that's that makes a lot of sense. So the Chiefs went
like trade. Chiefs traded
Williams.
Chiefs traded up for that, right? Wasn't New England on the clock?
It looks like, yeah, because the Chiefs the Chiefs weren't on the clock there.
And the Buccaneers took Jacob Parrish, the corner out of Kansas State.
Yeah, so the Patriots traded down to 95.
Just to let everybody know that's watching, by the way, after the Seahawks take their pick at 92, we'll wrap this up. Then I'll do a quick reaction show as a standalone episode. We'll get that out there just to wrap things up, a little 10, 15-minute hit. But I'm glad you were able to join me, Keith, and provide some commentary along the way.
Yeah, this is fun. Plus, it gives us a chance to catch up a little bit, because we don't talk enough, man.
I know. I got to see, got to hang out with Bill during the combine since I'm down here in the Arizona area. Sent you the picture, and you're like, "What the fuck, man?"
I know you're hanging out with Bill. I'm closer than he is, but yeah, maybe
By
that's
the
the
way,
problem.
little bit of a, I don't know, maybe a scoop, but I had Jackson Slater, the outstanding interior offensive lineman, speaking of value, from Sacramento State, the kid from Newport High School in
Yes.
Bellevue, who the Seahawks have met at every juncture along the way. Twice at the Senior Bowl, they met at the Combine. They had him for a 30 visit.
Yeah, four different interviews,
Yeah.
conversations with them, official
And
ones.
there was a Zoom on top of all of that, is my understanding. Reached out to him today. He was on the show last month. It was a great episode. Had a great chat with him and asked him what he's hearing. And he said, based on how things are going so far on the interior, there's some indication that I might have a shot to go by the end of today. Now, since I talked to him, interior offensive lines kind of come to a standstill. And so all those names I just mentioned, like, probably pushes him to tomorrow, which is even more interesting because he told me, I said, "Have you heard from Seattle again lately?" He said, "Not personally, but my agents have been in touch. If I'm still available in the 4th round, there's a possibility." And I think that's kind of the range that they might look to take him at.
Yeah,
So,
actually, that would be. I think he's underrated. Like, you go and listen to the, our shows, when we do our things. I like him.
he can
People are
play
going to look
center
at.
and guard. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's an outside zone guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He can come in and, I like him more than Jared Wilson.
Interesting. I like that. Yeah, I think he's stronger. The play strength, the functional strength is definitely there.
Because that right there is why I don't like Jared Wilson.
Dude
Because
deadlifts like 550 pounds. Like, yeah, he's country strong.
Jared Wilson is the second coming of Olu Oluwatimi. He's smart. He's technically good, but he just doesn't have the oomph to get it done at the next level. Now, I think that Oluwatimi is a better scheme fit in Kubiak's offense than he has been, since he got drafted in Seattle. Like this, I think it's a better scheme fit in the running game, but he will still get pushed back into our quarterback's lap by a bull rush with regularity. And so, and I don't think Jared Wilson's better. I just straight up don't. Yeah.
Thanks again, Shane, for another super chat. Really appreciate your support. Hope things are going down well down there, down under. So my plan all the way along, and it hasn't changed at all, even with the selection of Zabel in the 1st round, is I wanted to get the starting left guard early, either in the 1st or 2nd round. And then I want to add a tackle that has potential Abe Lucas succession plan upside. But also maybe a guy that can play both sides, like just a versatile swing tackle, what we all wanted Stone Forsythe to become, and he just never did, just for that versatility. Because it's kind of become one of my roster building pet peeves are tackles that can only play on one side. Like, I don't see Michael Jarrell as a guy that could survive on the left side. And so if you did draft that guy this year, like, Jarrell's going to be in an uphill battle, I think, to make the team, given that they signed Josh Jones. And so I want that guy, and that could be Chase Lunt, and that could be as early as 92. Actually, I'd really like him there, even though he's a guy that's probably doesn't figure into the plans in 2025. But then I also want another guy on day 3, like a Jackson Slater, that can play center or guard, sort of that super sub. And there's a bunch of them in that range too. Like, I really like Clay Webb out of Jacksonville State. Jonah Monheim out of USC is a guy that actually played left tackle in the Pac-12 and Big Ten before he switched to center. Like, there's a bunch of depth there too. And so that was always kind of my plan. Now that we have 9 picks instead of 10, like, maybe not, because we have some other things to do. Still have to address that defensive line. The Chargers just took Jamari Caldwell, who we talked about a little bit. We're 5 picks away. Who right now, and I can show you the availability board if you want to see.
I just pulled it up and I'm looking at it.
Who right now do you want at 92 based on who's left?
Joshua Farmer makes a lot of sense.
I would like that. I would like that. I think Ty Robinson too, just because I know that they like him a lot. So I could see that being the pick. So
those guys make a ton of sense. this would be an unpopular selection, but Danny Stutzman,
Ooh,
the
talk about
inside linebacker.
big inside linebacker. Yeah.
But because who do the Seahawks have on the roster after the 2 starters?
Drake Thomas, and he's 5'11", and they like him. He's a smart
They
player.
like, yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah.
Yeah, you can do better.
I
I
don't know.
like Drake Thomas too, but you have to get better than that.
Yes.
And then all these receivers, we still have Jalen Royals and
Jalen Royals,
Kyle
Torrey
Manor and
Horton.
Torrey Horton.
Torrey
Goodness.
Horton is still there. That is surprising. And I thought he would be going second round. Like I really did. And here we are at the end of round 3, and he's still there.
Yeah.
Gianni Walker, the defensive tackle out of Kentucky, would be kind of cool in that spot. So
And Savion Williams is a guy that maybe this is a little early for him because he's so raw, but he's such an intriguing kind of gadget guy. And we know they've met with him. You wouldn't need him to come in right away and play a full-time role. Like you would have some development time with him. The problem with him, talked about it with Mookie Alexander a little bit last night. Like, they say don't scout the helmet. He just physically and in that uniform looks so much like Quentin Johnston, who cannot catch footballs. The former first-round pick of the Chargers, that I have a hard time getting around that. Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know when they made this trade. So the Green Packers, the Packers pick is in. Oh, the Packers just took Savion Williams. So I guess this wouldn't be too early for him. Interesting. The Packers, my goodness, all those receivers that they have. And we know they tried to trade for DK Metcalf, and they take Matthew Golden and now Savion Williams. They must envision a hybrid kind of gadget role for him there. But Jacksonville's on the clock. The pick is in and on the clock. They have back-to-back picks before the LA Rams at 90. So if the Rams want a quarterback, I don't think the Jaguars are going to take one. I think they're pretty set there.
Yeah.
But if the Rams, I think we're going to be talking about quarterback in another pick, and then depending on what happens there, we could be talking about quarterback at 92 as a wild card as well.
So since Jacksonville's on the clock, what do you think about Jacksonville giving up what they did up in round 1 to move up and get Travis Hunter?
They had conviction on the player, and then they talked about him as not just being a great talent, but kind of a historically significant player. And I think a guy certainly that'll sell tickets, which is an issue in Jacksonville. Like there's always concern there about the stadium and do they move and I don't mind it. It's a lot to give up a future first to move up 3 spots.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot, but
they moved down twice and with 2 other picks in this, or with some pick swaps to move down a little bit in the middle rounds. They gave up a ton.
I do think it made tremendous sense for the Cleveland Browns. Like they weren't a Travis Hunter away from being good. And for them to get 2, now they have 2 first-round picks next year. They're clearly punting on quarterback again. Now you have 2 first-round picks next year. They're probably going to be bad. And so they could potentially have 2, relatively high picks. Jacksonville could win 9-10 games, I suppose, in what might be, it's too far out to know, but what could be a much, much better quarterback draft at the top. Just made a lot of sense playing the long game for Cleveland. Jacksonville Jaguars take Caleb Ransaw, the corner out of Tulane.
That guy's got some speed. Slot corner with good agility and more speed than you think for a slot guy. But I liked him. I think he's going to be a decent player for them. So
he was another guy, and there were about 7 or 8 guys down in Mobile that I just never noticed or that didn't flash ever while I was watching, and I just kind of thought, looked like meh, just ordinary guys. And then like a week or 2 later, I would read reports of like how much the Senior Bowl helped them and how good they looked at the Senior Bowl, and I was like, well, I can't watch everybody at the same time. I guess I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
Come on, Jacksonville. You had 2 picks back to back. Just get him in, would you?
Okay. So, the Rams here, you got to be thinking quarterback there. It's possible for Seattle.
And then the Ravens will just take who's the latest guy that's just fallen. Maybe the Ravens will just take Shadur because that's what they do is they just sit and they take guys that fall through the cracks
Yeah.
And they always take guys like 2 rounds after they were rated. And I mean, it wouldn't be the dumbest thing in the world with Lamar getting older and as much as he's exposed to injury with how much he runs the football to take a young quarterback, I suppose. Nah,
What
they're not
if
gonna do that.
if the Ravens take Jalen Milrow at this spot?
I
And it's like-
mean, they've kind of had some success with a running quarterback.
Yeah. If any team knows how to develop,
Wait, did you?
a
I
guy
thought you
like
said
that.
Ravens, but you're talking about Rams.
No, I was saying Ravens.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If they know how to, if the Ravens, if any team knows how to develop a guy like Milrow, it's the Ravens. I mean, look what they did with Lamar. Lamar is always the generational talent running the ball, but he was a good thrower, but not a great thrower. And then he's just gotten better every single year
Yeah.
throwing the ball. And phenomenal player. It would be funny to me if they took Jalen Milrow, because it's like they're taking Lamar light to be Lamar's backup. Wyatt Millum going to Jacksonville, guard.
Okay. I like him as a guard. Hate him as a tackle. His footwork.
Hated him as a tackle.
His footwork gave me like Jermaine Ifedi PTSD.
Ugh.
Like he does the back pedal thing instead of a step slide. This is interesting. Corbin Smith. This is a guy I forgot about, but he was phenomenal at the Senior Bowl, but he just doesn't meet traditional specs. Corbin says, if he's still there at 92, I can see the Seahawks having interest in Central Arkansas edge David Walker at this stage of the draft.
Really?
Kind of a sawed-off short guy, but incredibly productive, incredible high motor, great burst, great get off. Mike McDonald did say at the combine, he had a quote. He said, we don't have a template for our defensive players. They don't have to be cookie cutter. Like we can take a guy with traits that we like and fit him in, as opposed to, Pete Carroll, there were certain size spec parameters. They just wouldn't even consider drafting certain guys, especially like, boundary corners and edge players, where if their arms weren't a certain length, if they weren't certain height, certain weight, not so with Mike McDonald. Okay. The Rams are on the clock.
It's one of the things that's interesting about that was that if you look at there were positions where Pete Carroll was definitely like that, but then one of the things that helped get the Seahawks defense make it work in the early Pete Carroll days was Red Bryant, who's a 330-pound failed nose tackle. They moved him over to defensive end, which there's no 330-pound defensive end out there. And it worked. Like it shouldn't have worked, but it did. And it was like, hey, he does one thing really well, and that's two gap. So we're gonna put him in a position where he can two gap all day long, and it worked. And it was about finding a unique trait and taking advantage of it. But then they didn't do that at other positions, and it was kind of just a weird thing about the Pete Carroll eras. In some positions, they were totally willing to just experiment. And in others, it was like, no, you have to fit the profile.
Yep. In other not so happy news, as we're really enjoying the draft here, I'm sure some of the people in the comments are Mariner fans. Logan Gilbert suddenly yanked from the game with right forearm tightness.
Oh, no.
Not good. Still waiting on the Rams pick. Ravens after them, then Seahawks sitting at 92. No, just very little trade movement. If the Rams don't go quarterback here at 90, again, I'll say it again. I think there's going to be a discussion at the VMAC.
Yeah, there will be. If you had to guess, who are the Rams taking right now?
My buddy Jake Ellenbogen, who does Rams content, is convinced that the Milrow would be a fit, and they really like Jalen Milrow. I think there's a good chance that's him here. The timeline would match, I think, with Stafford. If you think Stafford's going to give you 2 more good years, and you have Garoppolo there as another insurance, like you wouldn't have to there'd be no pressure at all to play him early in his career. You've got one of the best quarterback gurus in the entire league. in a very quarterback friendly offense, with a really strong physical offensive line, good running game, good weapons. It makes a lot of sense. I think McVay would have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, I agree. That makes a ton of sense. Just looking at this and trying um to guess someone other than that. How do you feel about Alec Iomanor,
Oh,
the
I
wide
love
receiver
it.
out of Stanford?
He's absolutely, in my opinion, hands down the best blocking boundary receiver in this draft. Really good combination of size and speed, really long arms. Like I think he has the
Mhm.
longest wingspan, even longer than Tet McMillan. Has some drops on his resume,
Yes, he
but
does.
I saw one scouting quote where he said thinks that some of his issues with drops is he's a good hands catcher, but he has such long arms that most of his drops happen when he's trying to body catch it, and then he's just trying to figure out like how to make that work, right?
Hmm.
Plus the quarterback play at Stanford the last couple of years was really, really bad. But you talk about 50-50 balls and going up and getting it.
Yeah.
And he's got enough speed. I think he's a legit 4-4 guy. And the blocking, it's like he enjoys blocking. Like it's almost, there are very few wide receivers that when you're watching the all 22, because that's a tough position to scout sometimes if you're watching full games.
It is.
They'll go 15 snaps without doing anything, without being the intended target.
Well, yeah, and then they're not on. It's like trying to scout safety. It's another one which is hard because
Yeah.
we don't get all 22 on college tape, and so they're not on screen.
Yeah.
It's hard to get enough reps to get a good feel for them.
But he goes out and looks for punishment. He looks to bury guys.
See, he's a guy that I could see going here to help Puka Nacua.
Nope, they went Josiah Stewart. I'm cool with that as a Seahawks fan. Like I think Brennan Jackson, I'm a Coug, but I was really high on Brennan Jackson. They took him last year, I think in the 4th round. I think he has a better chance to be an impactful player. I'm just not sold on Josiah Stewart. He's so small, and I just don't see that translating. He showed me nothing in Mobile. So,
wow, already in for the Ravens. The Seahawks are on the clock.
if I'll say this much, if the Seahawks were to take Jalen Milroe right here, it would certainly give us a lot to talk about. I think the fan base would be, although I've sensed a shift in the last few weeks. I think as people just get to know the situation better, maybe even knowing that we brought Drew Lock back, and so he's not a guy that would have to play right away. I would say it's about 60-40 that fans seem to understand how Milroe could really be an asset at this point in the draft. Right, like when he was invited to the combine or to the draft, and people were thinking, does that mean he's a first rounder? Are the Seahawks going to consider him at 18? They had him in for a 30 visit. I think that some fans would have burned the place down. It would have been like the movie Draft Day where they showed up outside the VMAC window and picketed Tom, whatever his name was, Tom, the GM.
Mm-hmm.
But at 92, when you've had a draft that I think you can feel really good about to this point, and this is an extra pick. This is the pick you got for Geno Smith. Like, I could justify it if they had a plan. To me, it would only make sense if they had a plan for using him in packages as a rookie, right? The Ravens take Emory Jones. They list him as a guard. Interesting. He played more tackle at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's long enough to do either. He could in a pinch.
I liked him as a guard. I thought his footwork was a little slow. Strong guy. I liked him better as a guard, but he could play tackle. He could play right tackle, especially if you're in a system where he's going to have a tight end next to him a lot, which most right tackles do because running games tend to be right-handed. He could do it. I like him better as a guard. I think he's one of those things that you bring him in, you stick him at right guard, and then if your right tackle gets hurt and you need him to slide out, you do it.
The pick was instantly in, so there is no discussion. While we've had fun talking about it, I think Milroe might be under consideration here. I'll give you two names. We've already talked about them. I think Ty Robinson, and I think Iomanor. Just because of the fit, and also I think I think there's probably a guy that visits that VMAC building quite a bit who played some wide receiver at Stanford and had a little bit of a decent run with the Seahawks as a wide receiver that might be campaigning for a guy like Io Manor.
Yeah, Io Manor would make so much sense here. If they didn't want to go Io Manor and went Torrey Horton, I wouldn't be.
Yeah.
I would not be against that at all. Gianni Walker would make sense on the defensive line, but
wait. Corbin Smith just reported with the 92nd pick of the 2025 NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks select. Wait, hold on. Let's do this. Dude. Jalen Milroe.
there it is, and it just popped as soon as you, right after you said that, it popped up on the draft tracker. The Seahawks take their shot at a quarterback.
I love this pick so much.
You know what makes this interesting? It just in terms of they just traded Geno Smith
for Jalen Milroe. I hope fans appreciate it. Certainly my viewers are. I mean, this is, well, MWM doesn't like it. Here we go. Taysom Hill. That's the thing. So I think the post-draft press conference tonight's going to be key. Because usually, once it's official, like they're pretty transparent and they'll talk about these guys and they'll talk about their role. They were pretty open last night. Like Zabel's going to play left guard. That's where we're going to start him out. That's the role we envisioned for him. Where other teams are like, well, we'll just see how it figures out. I want to hear from them tonight
what the plan is.
They are going to figure out a way to use him as a rookie. And why wouldn't you? Clint Kubiak just came from New Orleans. He talked about the Taysom Hill thing. That is the perfect role. He can be a wildcat quarterback. He can come in at the same time with Sam Darnold lined up in the backfield as a running back, as a slot receiver. You can motion him into the backfield on short yardage. You can do kind of your version of the tush push. Like, he's not a small guy. He is built. He is thick. He's 6'2" and thick. He's a legit, like, the speed. Daniel Jeremiah likes to talk about his running ability. He always says it's elite, elite, elite. And the other thing that's elite with him, as much as we talk about the intermediate passing game, he's got a lot of development to do there. He might be the best deep ball thrower in this draft.
Oh, he's got a freaking cannon.
And so you can bring him in some of those packages, and then, guess what? Maybe he goes play action and he throws it deep on you. Absolutely. There's no risk in this pick. If you get 3 years from now and Sam Darnold is still established and he's the guy and Milroe hasn't developed, or maybe he's developed enough, you can flip him to a team that wants to take a shot at him for a second or third round pick, or he just doesn't develop at all. So what? The quarterback position is so volatile. It's so hard to find. And the Seahawks have ignored it for so long that to take a guy that might be able, if you tap into his ceiling, would you agree with this? If you get the most out of him, if he realizes his ultimate potential, highest ceiling in this draft?
Yes.
Even higher than Cam Ward?
Yeah.
And if in the meantime he helps you on third down and in the red zone, two huge areas of that have been issues for the Seahawks the last couple of years.
So you mentioned in the red zone, and the first thing that when I was watching tape on Milroe, the thing that I could not get out of my head was Cordell Stewart, his first like when he first joined Pittsburgh, and they had some random quarterback who was their starter and did a lot of great things for them, but on short yardage and goal line they brought in Slash, and he got him into the end zone. Milroe could totally do any of that kind of stuff. Like he'll be fun. He'll be fun.
And I'll say this. And I was as disappointed as anyone at Senior Bowl practices with the short stuff. Like, it just wasn't good. There were throws. He had wide open guys on dig routes. He's throwing it at their feet. He's airmailing it a little bit. Clearly, though, as I've come to learn later, he had been in the laboratory. He had been working on some mechanical things. Like, his issue is mechanical. It's marrying up his lower half with his throwing motion. It's good when he throws it.
It's not good.
When he throws it deep, he strides into it. He throws off his front foot. Everything's good. On the shorter stuff, he tends to be very flat-footed, very robotic. It's all arm. But between the Senior Bowl and the Combine, I thought he improved a lot.
He did have a good combine throwing the ball. Like he hit some of those long routes and just it looked good.
And everybody talks about him like he can't throw, can't hit water if he falls out of a boat. 65% completions in the SEC, right? Last time the Seahawks drafted a quarterback in the 3rd round, it worked out okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
Now, that quarterback was good enough to start as a rookie and the competition wasn't there. There's absolutely no chance or worry. And if that's why, some fans are out there going, oh my God, what are we doing? This isn't Matt Flynn, Tavares Jackson, and Russell Wilson. It isn't. He has zero chance of winning the starting job or even winning the backup job. They'll carry 3 quarterbacks this year. He's going to be on the roster, on the 53-man roster, and probably active on game day if they have a plan for him. I would expect Sam Howell to be traded tomorrow.
Yeah. And he could be traded for as little as a 7th round pick. They'll just get him off the roster.
Yeah. Or a 2026 pick, like Pittsburgh or Minnesota has to be interested, right?
Yep.
I see a tweet here. Somebody tweeted me and said, this is the pick that will get John fired. So many holes on this team, and you get this running back at quarterback. Think what you want. I think that's an absolutely terrible take. Absolutely terrible.
I would agree with you. I don't think there's a lot of holes on this roster.
And also look at it this way. Is Ty Robinson putting this team over the top? Is Jalen Royals putting this team over the top? Like, it's at some point, every single pick you ever use on a quarterback, I don't care what round it's in, what your quarterback room looks like, it's all a crapshoot. It's all a risk. Top 10 quarterbacks are a risk. The bust rate is over 50% on those guys. It might be 60 or 70%. You have to take shots. And if you're going to take a shot on a guy with elite traits, right? I like Will Howard, but if you take Will Howard here, that would have made 0 sense. Absolutely 0.
Yeah, because Will Howard's a guy that there's a lot to like about him, but his career arc looks like he's going to be a guy that could be a really good backup or a, average to below average starter. One of those guys that's like good enough to win you enough games that you can't draft a quarterback, but not good enough to be competitive. And maybe he'll surprise me and be better than that, but that's who he is. Milroe is either going to not get on the field because he can't throw, or he's going to figure out his mechanics and be great. He's not going to hurt your team.
Yeah. Wow. What a fun draft. 4 picks through 92. They get arguably, one of the best guards in the draft and a guy that absolutely fits a need from a mentality and a talent standpoint. Something they had to do. They get a second player that I'm sure we're going to hear tonight. They had a 1st round grade on in Nick Emmenary, a guy with some elite traits.
Very elite traits.
Yep. They get a tight end with elite traits as a pass catcher, and a guy they obviously had conviction on, and they're satisfied with the medicals at a position of need. I know fans aren't going to agree with me on that. In some cases, it's a need. And then they take a shot on a quarterback with, where have you heard this before? Elite traits. Like some of those bad drafts you talked about from 16 to 19, they took way too many players that just didn't have upside. They just didn't. They were just nice, solid players. A lot of them were 1-year starters, or maybe they had a guy like Tedrick Thompson. They're like, oh, he had production. He had 8 picks his senior year. He didn't have NFL traits. Never became an NFL player.
Yeah, he had straight line speed.
Yep.
That was NFL worthy, but none of his other athletic traits were good.
Yeah, they took 4 guys with elite traits. That's what the draft's about. You acquire talent, and then you trust your coaches to put it in play. For all those who hate Jalen Milroe, I would say 2 things. 1, he's not going to play as a quarterback. He's not even going to be in the mix. He's going to make preseason. He's going to make preseason super fun, which preseason is a freaking bore these days. It's probably going to be the most fun preseason we've ever seen. And they're going to get value out of him this year as a weapon. Absolutely. Also, guess what? A+ character. Final little story I'll tell, and some of my viewers have heard this. When I went to the Senior Bowl, they have an introductory press conference on Monday. They always bring out Jim Nagy to talk, although now he's moved on. And then they bring one player from each side. A lot of times it's quarterbacks. Dylan Gabriel came out from one of the teams, and then Jalen Miller came out. I was sitting front and center. I asked him the first question right out of the gate. As soon as he started talking, because I'd never seen an interview with him, I had no idea about his character, his personality, his communication skills. He gets one sentence into his answer, and I went, oh, crap. He's a Seahawk.
Yeah.
I knew in that moment. And then he went out and had a bad week at practice. And I thought, okay, I think I said that week, I said, I acknowledge the high ceiling. He's a project. Let him be someone else's project. But then, I've come around on him since then in the right role. In fact, I did a show 3 weeks ago talking about exactly this scenario. If he lasts to a certain point in the draft where it makes sense to use him in a role like they're using him now and take a shot that maybe 3 years ago 3 years from now, he's something, right? If he's not, no big deal. But that's the thing I would tell fans is, two-time captain at Alabama. He's going to be a great guy in the locker room. He's going to set an example. He's going to be he from a personality standpoint, work ethic standpoint, all those things. He'll be the best third-string quarterback in the NFL, and he's going to make a difference in 2025. He will make plays that will help decide football games if they use them the right way, and I'm sure they will. Otherwise, this pick makes no sense. So if you're worrying about that we took a guy at 92 who might not ever pan out, well, go look at all our third round picks in the last 10 years. How many of those guys became elite players, right? It's about taking shots. And I think it's a really, really fun shot. Mm-hmm. Any closing thoughts, Keith?
5 picks tomorrow. I think there's 2 positions they've got to hit. They got to hit wide receiver. They got to hit defensive tackle. Everything else is gravy. I expect a running back. Keep an eye on the kid from South Carolina.
I'll say this too. We might see some veteran trades. I do think Sam Howell is going to be a storyline tomorrow, and potentially, although most of good corners are off the board now. So I think Reek Woolen's probably pretty safe. I think he's probably on the roster. Team would probably have to come along with something pretty enticing to get him. So he's probably safe, but I think Sam Howell is in play. Maybe he gets you, they don't have a 6th round pick right now. We acquired him for a early 4th round value based on some of the charts. Maybe someone throws us a 6th for him, the Steelers, the Vikings or whatever, or maybe it is a future pick, but no, there's enough depth tomorrow in the trenches on the defensive line and still at wide receiver that I'm not worried. This is the most fun first 2 days of the draft that I think they've had.
Dylan Gabriel just went to the Cleveland Browns.
Ahead of Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
I don't know what you think of Gabriel, but to me, his ceiling is okay.
Backup.
I think it's
backup.
Not even a guy that you want to start games at any point if your starter gets hurt. I'm not a Dylan Gabriel guy at all. I don't know.
I am not either. I
would have taken Will Howard. I would have taken Kyle McCord there. That's
and then Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia, goes to the New England Patriots.
Okay. Patriots are having a nice draft.
They are.
All right, everybody. Thanks for hopping on. Thanks for joining me. It was great to have you, Keith, and catch up. For those of you watching, I'm not going to do a live stream tomorrow. Just going to watch day 3 with a buddy of mine. And then I'll do a recap show when it's all said and done, just kind of giving a recap of the full draft. And so I am just going to do a little 10-minute hit when we're done here. Just a quick little recap for those that didn't watch the live stream or what I think of today's picks. But other than that, man, that was fun. I really appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Later.
And for all of you watching, thanks again. Subscribe to the channel. Of course, hit that bell for notifications. All the ways that you might want to support the channel are linked down in the description below. Follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky at Seahawks Forever. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching and commenting and being here. Still 850 of you in here watching. This has been a ton of fun. We will see you. We'll do the quick little recap show for tonight and then a full recap tomorrow. And then a couple of days off to catch my breath and take a breather. And move across country just for the fun of it. Thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate it. Forever and always.